Chapter 518. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing a pile of materials, he merged them with the materials Luo Rong had prepared. Hiss! The grade 4 weapon flame skyrocketed, fusing all the materials into liquid and merging them together. Not only that. Under Duan Lingtian's urging, the liquid formed from the materials and the liquid formed from the two grade 5 spirit swords slowly merged together, attempting to merge. But the merging of these two pools of liquid was obviously slightly difficult. How could they possibly merge together? Luo Rong frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. The scene before him was completely different from the Tao of weapons refinement he knew. According to his knowledge, the greatest taboo in the Tao of weapons refinement was to be greedy and hasty, fusing the liquid formed from the finished spirit weapon and the liquid formed from the materials. If it was him who wanted to upgrade a grade 7 spirit weapon to a grade 6 spirit weapon, the first step he had to do was to fuse the grade 7 spirit weapon into liquid, then try his best to remove the impurities within. Otherwise, it was practically impossible to fuse the liquid formed from the spirit weapon and the liquid formed from the materials. Only because there were too many impurities that would affect the fusion. However, after a short moment, Luo Rong was dumbstruck. Only because he clearly saw that Duan Lingtian had really fused the two liquids together. He didn't remove the impurities within the two grade 5 spirit swords first. How could this be possible? Luo Rong revealed a shocked expression. The scene before him had completely overturned his understanding of the Tao of weapons refinement. If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, he wouldn't dare believe that someone was able to accomplish this. Along with the passage of time, the shock on Luo Rong's face eased up. However, Luo Rong's shock didn't even have the time to fade before his face flushed red, only because Duan Lingtian had already started weapon refinement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Perhaps for the sake of taking care of Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian intentionally slowed down his weapon refinement speed. An extremely profound weapon refinement technique was easily executed by Duan Lingtian. But, even if Duan Lingtian intentionally slowed down, Luo Rong was still dazzled. Wonderful! Wonderful! Too wonderful! At this moment, Luo Rong could almost hear his own heartbeat. He had never seen or heard of such a profound method of refining artifacts before, he suddenly felt. Compared to the refining technique of this young man in front of him, the refining technique that he had mastered was simply inferior to trash. It seems like Grandmaster's blacksmithing heritage is not simple at all. Luo Rong thought to himself. In his opinion, given how the young man before him was able to possess such proficiency in smithing at such a young age, there was bound to be a master teacher backing him. And that master teacher of his was at least a grade 3 blacksmith. Perhaps Grandmaster's teacher in the Tao of weapons refinement came from the foreign lands. When Luo Rong thought of this, his heart trembled. The reverence in the depths of his eyes grew. Time passed quietly. In order to take care of Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down. After 3 hours, the Duan Lingtian finally began to separate the liquid that was dancing on the weapon flame and had perfectly merged into one body into two pools. One of the pools was extremely small. Master wants to refine 2 grade 4 spirit swords. Luo Rong felt that he was slightly numb, as if anything that happened in the hands of the young man before him wasn't surprising at all. Refining 2 grade 4 spirit weapons at the same time. He didn't even know how to describe the young man before him. Luo Rong was right. Duan Lingtian was precisely intending to refine 2 grade 4 spirit swords at the same time. One for him, and the other for the little gold mouse. With a raise of his hand, the two pools of liquid gradually condensed into form. The profound refining technique appeared once more. After an hour, the 2 sword embryos of different sizes had started to take shape, and they emitted traces of a fierce aura. That was the sharp aura of a sword. The spirit sword isn't complete, yet it's able to emit such an aura. Looks like the amplification ability of the spirit sword that Master is about to refine is extremely extraordinary. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman and the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong naturally knew the reason why such signs appeared. The 2 grade 4 spirit swords that Master is refining are probably able to provide at least an amplification of 59%. A grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 59% could be considered to be a top-grade spirit sword. Of course, this top grade was only relative to grade 4 spirit swords. An ordinary grade 4 spirit sword would at most provide an amplification of 57% or 58%. Whereas a top-grade grade 4 spirit sword was instead able to provide an amplification of 59%. In Duan Lingtian's hands, the profound methods of weapons refinement were easily grasped without end. The speed became faster and faster. This caused Luo Rong to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. Presently, he was already completely unable to catch the traces of the refining technique in Duan Lingtian's hands. Of course, he knew that Duan Lingtian had to speed up at this moment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the sword embryos to truly take form. Another hour passed. The two sword embryos had finally taken form, and the fierce aura emitted from them was even purer. Once the sword embryos were formed, the subsequent refinement was simple. After an hour, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the two grade 4 spirit swords. One was a dark purple regular spiritual sword, while the other was a dark purple pocket-sized spiritual sword. Little Gold. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian tossed the pocket spirit sword to Little Gold and said with a smile, "Try it." Squeak squeak tilde. When Duan Lingtian was refining, the little gold mouse didn't dare make a sound to disturb him and had long since been bored to death. Now, when it received the pocket spirit sword, it leaped for joy. Squeak. The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above it, and it spiraled down to the ground, seeming lifelike. The strength of an ancient horned dragon? Luo Rong's pupils constricted. Never had he imagined that this little gold mouse was actually a 7th-level void prying stage demon beast. It was utterly impossible to discern from its outer appearance. In the next moment, his constricted pupils hadn't even had the time to withdraw when his face went pale. Heavens! What did I see? In the sky, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the surroundings of the ancient horned dragon silhouette, and they grew more and more numerous, 1000, 2000, 3000. It had arrived at 5000 and was still increasing ceaselessly. In the end, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes stopped at 6000. Using the strength of an ancient horned dragon as the base to amplify the strength of 6000 ancient mammoths. 60%. An amplification of 60%, Luo Rong had a dumbstruck expression as he muttered to himself. He naturally knew clearly what a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% meant. If it was said that a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 59% was a top-grade spirit sword amongst grade 4 spirit swords, then a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was a top-grade spirit sword amongst top-grade spirit sword. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes flickered with a sheen of excitement when it witnessed the might of the grade 4 spirit sword, and it didn't fade away for a long time. Yes, it's passable. Duan Lingtian nodded and wasn't too pleasantly surprised. He wasn't surprised that he was able to refine a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60%. After all, when he refined the grade 4 spirit sword earlier, he'd completely refined it according to the weapons refinement method of Emperor Wu of Samsara. There wasn't much difference when it was personally refined by Emperor Wu of Samsara himself. If there was a difference, then Duan Lingtian's current weapon flame was far inferior to the weapon flame of Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak. The weapon flame of Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak was a royal-grade weapon flame. It was capable of refining royal-grade spirit weapons. Royal-grade spirit weapons. If I want to refine one, I wonder how long it would take. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, if he wanted to condense a quasi-royal grade weapon flame and refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, then his origin energy had to attain the martial monarch stage. The martial monarch stage was a stage that surpassed the void transformation stage. If he wanted to condense a royal-grade weapon flame and refine a royal-grade spirit weapon, then his origin energy had to attain the Emperor Wu stage. In other words, only by attaining the Emperor Wu stage would I be able to condense a royal-grade weapon flame and refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. He did not know how long it would take for him to become the Emperor Wu. However, suddenly, as though he had recalled something, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. When the Samsara Emperor Wu of Samsara went through his second reincarnation, there were a few royal-grade spirit weapons in the great treasure that he intended to leave for his third reincarnation. Once I reach the foreign lands, I'll be able to retrieve the great treasure through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu and obtain the royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought up to this point. Royal-grade spirit weapon. The amplification of strength was more than double of his own strength. After all, a grade 1 spirit weapon could amplify strength by 90%. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon could amplify strength by 100%. Guild leader Luo, how much did you see earlier? After Duan Lingtian put away the other grade 4 spirit sword, he looked at Luo Rong and asked. However, he soon noticed. Luo Rong was in a daze. Passable. Luo Rong was stunned on the ground as he recalled what Duan Lingtian had casually said earlier, and the corners of his mouth twitched intensely. Refining a grade 4 spirit sword that amplified strength by 60% could be said to be the best of the best. Only passable. He felt that this young man was intentionally infuriating him. Guild leader Luo. Luo Rong only returned to his senses when Duan Lingtian called out to him again, and he said in terror, Master, what instructions do you have? After witnessing Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement technique with his own 2 eyes, Luo Rong became even more respectful when facing Duan Lingtian. Nothing. I just wanted to ask you, how much of my weapon refinement technique did you see clearly? Duan Lingtian repeated. Luo Rong laughed bitterly when he heard this. Master, forgive Luo Rong for being slow-witted and unable to follow your movements. Duan Lingtian nodded. Luo Rong's reply was within his expectations. How about this? In the future, I'll make a trip here every month and teach you some weapon refinement techniques. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Rong. Since Luo Rong had helped him find the materials, he would naturally keep his promise and help Luo Rong become a grade 5 weapons craftsman. Thank you, Master. Luo Rong's eyes shone. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spent the entire afternoon guiding Luo Rong. Dusk arrived, and when he saw Luo Rong still in deep thought, Duan Lingtian silently left the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. Little Gold, get ready, get ready. Someone has delivered themselves to your door to offer a sacrifice to your sword. After Duan Lingtian passed through a few streets, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Chapter 519. In a remote alley, the azure-clothed middle-aged man looked left and right for a moment before soaring up into the sky. Where's he? The azure-clothed middle-aged man frowned. This is the 3rd time. Could it be that he's noticed me? Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring sound of the wind sounded out from behind, causing the azure-clothed middle-aged man's face to go pale and his mind to tense up. At the same time, he heard an indifferent voice sound out from behind him. You're looking for me. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky, and he had a calm expression as he looked at the azure-clothed middle-aged man that slowly turned around, and he asked indifferently. This azure-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the 9th-level void prying stage martial artist that followed him earlier. Duan Lingtian, you've really noticed me. The azure-clothed middle-aged man gasped when he saw Duan Lingtian. Who exactly are you? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that the azure-clothed middle-aged man recognized him, and his gaze abruptly became fierce. Little Gold, prepare to annihilate him at any moment. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into the Little Gold Mouse's ears in a timely manner. Squeak squeak tilde the Little Gold Mouse nodded, then she raised her claw and a spirit sword that emitted a sharp aura appeared. It was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had just refined for her. Seeming to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostility, the azure-clothed middle-aged man laughed bitterly. Don't misunderstand. I'm a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. It was the Vice Dean that instructed me to protect you in secret. A member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Duan Lingtian frowned. Do you have proof? With a raise of his hand, a command token appeared. You ought to recognize this command token, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the command token. Duan Lingtian had a slight impression of this command token. The command token of a staff member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is exactly similar to this command token. Duan Lingtian confirmed the identity of the azure-clothed middle-aged man. The azure-clothed middle-aged man was a friend and not an enemy, yes. After Duan Lingtian confirmed the identity of the azure-clothed middle-aged man, he nodded to him before slowly descending from the sky. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, the middle-aged man followed him. However, after a few blocks, he was dumped by Duan Lingtian again. What kind of assignment did the vice principal give me? This Duan Lingtian has ditched me time and time again. What's the point of following him? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. As night fell, Duan Lingtian returned to the Dragon Phoenix Academy. There was a rule in the Dragon Phoenix Academy. Every month, Dragon Phoenix Academy students would have the opportunity to leave the academy, but they were not allowed to spend the night outside. After returning to the inner hall, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged in his room. After consuming the void condensing pill, he began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WOM Transformation. The purity of the void condensing pill that Duan Lingtian refined was over 90%, and it was far from what an ordinary void condensing pill could compare to. With the help of the void condensing pill, Duan Lingtian relied on his extreme talent, and the speed at which the essence energy in his body increased practically reached a shocking level. Boundless origin energy ceaselessly flashed about within Duan Lingtian's body. According to this speed, it wouldn't be long before I ought to be able to break through to the second level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 3 days later. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian was jolted awake by the clamorous sounds outside. Duan Lingtian heard someone calling out to him. After opening the door and walking into the courtyard, Duan Lingtian noticed that the person that called out to him was Ji Feng. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian, the academy is going to issue experience assignments for us. Look, everyone's heading towards the academy's central square now. Ji Feng said. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the group of inner hall students were all gone. He only had time to see numerous figures disappearing into the distance. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he brought along the little gold mouse and followed along with Ji Feng. Besides the inner hall and outer hall occupying a vast area, the central square occupied an extremely vast area as well. Presently, many people were gathered at the central square. Amongst these people, 8 inner hall students stood at the front. The others were all outer hall students. Unlike the inner hall students that were in high spirits, all the outer hall students had miserable expressions and seemed as if they were malnourished. Obviously, this had something to do with their usual diet. Every meal of the inner hall students was filled with fine wine and delicacies, and it could be considered to be the enjoyment of gods. Whereas the outer hall students only had rice soup and steamed buns every meal, and compared to the treatment of the inner hall students, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. It's Duan Lingtian. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, but the gazes of the crowd of outer hall students descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian, a legendary figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Before Duan Lingtian, it was difficult for them to arouse feelings of comparison, and there was only reverence in their hearts. Of course, there were also a small number of outer hall students that had gloomy expressions. These people were precisely the people that the Azure Forest Trisect had recommended to Paladin Academy, and they were the comparatively outstanding disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect. Liu Yu. Duan Lingtian's gaze was quickly attracted by a figure. The young woman before him wasn't unfamiliar to him. At that time, the 7-star sword sect hadn't been annihilated and the Azure Forest Trisect hadn't ceased to exist. He'd seen this young woman during the martial competition held by the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The former personal disciple of the Snow Moon sect's master, Liu Yu. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Liu Yu was looking at Duan Lingtian as well. Liu Yu had a complicated gaze. That day, during the martial competition of the 5 great sects, Duan Lingtian had defeated the saber young master, Long Yun, in one go, causing her to feel powerless. At that time, she decided in her heart that she would surely surpass Duan Lingtian one day. However, when she arrived at Paladin Academy and heard of Duan Lingtian's current strength, her heart of competing with Duan Lingtian shattered. She knew that it would be difficult for her to surpass Duan Lingtian in her entire lifetime. Liu Yu, on that day, my 7-star sword sect was annihilated. If I'm not wrong, you and the people by your side were there as well, and you even killed many people of my 7-star sword sect. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ghastly cold smile, and his voice transmission pierced into Liu Yu's ears. Perhaps he didn't have any impression of the other Azure Forest Trisect disciples. But Liu Yu and the others were all elite disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect, and countless 7-star sword sect disciples had died at their hands when they made a move. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. So long as he found an opportunity, he would absolutely not let Liu Yu and the others off. Liu Yu's face went grim when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. She was able to discern the killing intent contained within Duan Lingtian's voice. A trace of coldness arose within her heart for no reason or rhyme. When he saw Duan Lingtian stop and stare at Liu Yu, Ji Feng, who recognized that Liu Yu was an Azure Forest Trisect disciple, could feel the smell of gunpowder between the two of them. Suddenly, a figure appeared within Ji Feng's field of vision from afar. Duan Lingtian, Vice Dean Kai has arrived. Ji Feng reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and nodded before walking towards the inner hall students. He utterly didn't take Liu Yu seriously. An Azure Forest Trisect disciple that had merely stepped into the half-step void stage, yet was unable to occupy a place in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall. As far as he was concerned, Liu Yu didn't constitute the slightest threat to him. Duan Lingtian walked into the ranks of the inner hall students, and he could notice 2 sharp gazes looking at him at the same time. The owners of these 2 gazes were respectively the Flute Fairy, Zi Yang, and the Flame Young Master, Zhong Yang. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't disappoint me in the genius competition 10 months from now. At that time, not only will I use force, I'll also use a spirit weapon to fight you with all my might. Zhong Yang's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with traces of gunpowder. I'll accompany you until the end. Duan Lingtian shrugged and was indifferent. Meanwhile, the crowd of outer hall students had noticed the vice dean, Kai Ming, and they discussed animatedly. I wonder what training assignment the academy will issue. No matter what it is, I'll try my best. Supposedly, if I'm able to obtain sufficient assignment points, I'm even able to exchange for grade 6 spirit weapons, earth rank martial skills, and even high-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruits. Hee. I've utterly never considered the genius competition when I came to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. My objective is to obtain assignment points and exchange for the things I want. Yeah, the genius competition supposedly only has 5 positions, and it isn't something we can encroach upon. The whispers of the crowd of outer hall students were heard by Duan Lingtian. Assignment points. Exchange for grade 6 spirit weapons, earth rank martial skills, and even high-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom recommended so many people to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. It turned out that most of the powers had an ulterior motive. They didn't have any intentions towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What they truly cared about was the various rewards that could be exchanged for with assignment points in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Whereas assignment points were obtained from training assignments. There's even spirit fruits. I wonder what spirit fruit it is. It would be great if it's a spirit fruit that increases my spiritual force or increases the cultivation of a void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian had a beautiful dream in his heart. Quiet. Meanwhile, the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming, arrived before the crowd of students and shouted loudly. After the crowd of outer hall students quietened down, Kai Ming said, in the next half a month, all of you will leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to complete a training assignment. Training assignment. Including Duan Lingtian, everyone held their breaths. They were all curious about what training assignment it would be. Kai Ming continued. Recently, a group of ferocious bandits of unknown origin have appeared in the Blackwind Ridge east of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Many small towns and villages in the surroundings of Blackwind Ridge have been tormented by this group of bandits, causing them to suffer miserably. Your assignment is to be responsible for annihilating these bandits, and allow the towns and villages in the vicinity of Blackwind Ridge to avoid being implicated. Kai Ming finished speaking in a single breath. Bandits. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. When he was training outside earlier, the thing he hated the most was those bandits. Those bandits were utterly devoid of conscience, and they easily slaughtered villages and towns. So every time he encountered them, he would punish them. So it's bandits. Kai Ming's words caused many people to heave a sigh of relief. As far as they were concerned, how strong could mere bandits be? There was no lack of existences at the void prying stage amongst them. Wouldn't killing a few horse bandits be as easy as flipping his hand? Me. Chapter 520. No less than 10 bandits at the void prying stage or above. No matter if it was outer hall students or inner hall students, all the Dragon and Phoenix Academy students present went pale when they heard Kai Ming. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious as well. Vice Dean Kai, since those bandits are so ferocious, then why doesn't our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom directly dispatch an army to annihilate them? Crazy young Master Luo Zhan asked with a low voice. Army? Kai Ming shook his head. According to my knowledge, even the weakest member of that group of bandits is in existence at the nascent soul stage or above. Moreover, they're extremely skilled in concealment and have completely taken Blackwind Ridge to be their home. So, the army is utterly unable to deal with them. Originally, His Majesty intended to dispatch experts to annihilate them, but in the end, he thought of all of you and intended to pass this mission to all of you. As he finished speaking, Kai Ming's gaze abruptly lit up. Besides being able to exchange for various rare and precious things when the mission points reach a certain level. Besides that, out of consideration of the difficulty of the mission this time, His Majesty has prepared an additional reward for the person that's ranked first in terms of mission point. Additional reward? Kai Ming's words caused the gazes of the void prying stage inner hall students including Duan Lingtian to light up. Because they had the highest chance of obtaining the first in terms of mission points this time. After all, their strengths were the strongest. The additional reward is a void refining fruit. Void refining fruit. As soon as Kai Ming finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present went pale. Void refining fruit. An extremely rare spirit fruit that was able to greatly increase the cultivation of a void prying stage martial artist. Supposedly, once a 9th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended concept consumed a void refining fruit, the martial artist would be able to break through to the void initiation stage in a short period of time. If an ordinary void prying stage martial artist consumed it, the martial artist would at least be able to break through a level. If one's natural talent was good, then it was even possible to break through 2 levels in a short period of time. The eyes of the outer hall students went red. But they knew that no matter how good the void refining fruit was, it wasn't something they could encroach upon. Void refining fruit. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. He never imagined that the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would actually be so generous to take out a void refining fruit as an additional reward for the person that obtained the first in terms of mission points. First, the eyes of the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, and the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui, were filled with desire. They were determined to win first place. First place is definitely mine. Flame young master Zhong Yang narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. As the third son of the current emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zhong Yang naturally knew that the imperial family had obtained the void refining fruit some time ago. If it were any other time, this void refining fruit would definitely be his. However, as luck would have it, they encountered the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Even though the young geniuses of their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to kill their way to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But even if they were able to smoothly advance in the Darkstone Empire, their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would surely be able to obtain the rewards of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because of this that the void refining fruit was taken out as an additional reward for the Academy's first mission. He had known this for a long time. He did not blame his father. This was because he knew that his father was doing this for the sake of the overall situation. What he needed to do now was to rely on his own strength to seize first place in this mission. In this way, he would be able to legitimately obtain the void refining fruit. Once he obtained the void refining fruit, he would be able to directly break through to the third level of the void prying stage, and he would even be able to charge into the fourth level of the void prying stage in a short period of time. At that time, he might be able to stand out in the Darkstone Empire and ascend onto the stage of the Darkhan dynasty. Just thinking about it caused him to feel a wave of excitement in his heart. First, I must get first place in this training mission. Chai Jin took a deep breath as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. His gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it flickered with slight viciousness. Once I obtain the void refining fruit, my cultivation will break through in a short period of time. At that time, I'll return all the humiliation this Duan Lingtian gave me back to him in full detail. I'm taking first place for sure. Duan Lingtian didn't notice Chai Jin's gaze. At this moment, his eyes were similarly filled with yearning. So long as he obtained the void refining fruit, his cultivation would be able to obtain a swift improvement in a short period of time, and this was something he yearned for even in his dreams. My current goal is to break through to the void initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll be able to use the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, that jade sword, to contact the other 8 people and open the Sword Monarch's treasure together. Duan Lingtian made a plan for his future. He kept having the feeling that the Sword Monarch's treasure would be a turning point for him. Presently, there are only 4 years of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If I don't obtain a great fortuitous encounter in these 4 years of time, it would be extremely difficult for me to compete with the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the various dynasty. This was something Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Not to mention those that were far away, just take his big brother Zhong Shouyong for example. Zhong Shouyong had already broken through to the 4th level of the void initiation stage 1 year ago, and he'd even comprehended 5th level earth concept. If he cultivated according to normal standards, then not to mention 4 years. Even if he was given 5 or 6 years, he might not be able to catch up to Zhong Shouyong. So he needed a turning point now, a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter could be a spirit fruit, but it could also be something else. Vice Dean Kai, how are the points of the mission this time calculated? Duan Lingtian looked at Kai Ming and asked curiously. Your experience mission this time will obtain different points by killing different targets. Bandits below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, 1 point. Bandits at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, 2 points. Bandits at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, 3 points. Bandits at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, 5 points. Half-step void stage bandits, 8 points. Bandits at the 1st level of the void prying stage, 15 points. Bandits at the 2nd level of the void prying stage, 30 points. Bandits at the 3rd level of the void prying stage, 50 points. When he spoke up to here, Kai Ming paused for a moment before continuing. Killing bandits at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above, 200 point. Kai Ming's words caused all the students present to go silent, including Duan Lingtian and the other void prying stage inner hall students. The group of outer hall students drooped their heads and hung their heads in dejection. They knew that the number 1 point of the mission this time was bound to have nothing to do with them. Even if it's a half-step void stage bandit, it's only 8 points. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Vice Dean Kai, what you mean is, there's an existence at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above amongst the 10+ void prying stage martial artists in that group of bandits. Crazy young master frowned as he asked. Kai Ming nodded. According to the information we received, the leader of that group of bandits is a 4th level void prying stage martial artist. His strength is the strongest amongst all the bandits. 4th level of the void prying stage? Kai Ming's words caused all the void prying stage inner hall students including Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. 4th level of the void prying stage? How would they kill them? Seeming to have seen through the helplessness of Duan Lingtian and the others, Kai Ming continued. If you really encounter bandits that you're unable to defeat by yourselves, all of you can choose to join forces. But once you join forces, It also means that all of you have to split the points equally. Split the points equally? Kai Ming's words caused all the void-prying stage inner hall students to be unable to refrain from frowning. Once they split the points equally, it also meant that the person that joined forces with them would stand on the same starting line as them. They wouldn't occupy any advantage. If there's no need, we'll absolutely not join forces. All the void-prying stage inner hall students including Du and Lingtian thought to themselves. You can choose to hunt bandits by yourself during the experience mission this time, or you can choose to form a small team with others. But once a small team is formed, the points obtained from hunting bandits will be counted as team points, and it'll be freely distributed by the members of the team. Kai Ming continued. Besides Du and Lingtian and the other void-prying stage inner hall students, Kai Ming's words were indifferent. The gazes of most people lit up. Sima, how about we join forces? Ji Feng looked at Sima Yang and suggested. We'll split the points equally. Sima Yang said. Deal. Ji Feng didn't agree. He and Sima Yang were both at the half-step void stage, and their strengths were equal, so no one took advantage of the other. Meanwhile, many outer hall students started to form small teams as well. Besides that, during the experience mission this time, there'll be someone specially assigned to secretly calculate your results, so don't even think of cheating. Besides that, besides spirit weapons, you're not allowed to rely on any external source of strength. Kai Ming added. Most people didn't have any objections towards this point. External source of strength. Du and Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. In this way, Little Gold can at most execute its soul skill, Soul Shaker, to help me. After all, if it were to directly attack, it would be equivalent to me relying on external sources of strength besides spirit weapons. As for the soul skill, Soul Shaker, unless one was an inscription master, otherwise, it was practically impossible to sense that Little Gold had utilized a spiritual force attack. All right. All of you return and prepare yourselves. We'll set out after lunch. After Kai Ming finished his last sentence, he left. Whereas Du and Lingtian, Crazy Young Master, and Sword Young Master left after him and returned to the inner hall. As for Flame Young Master, Zhong Yang, he walked with large strides towards the beautiful woman, Flute Fairy. Zi Yang, I'm determined to obtain that void refining fruit. Forgive me for being unable to form a team with you. Zhong Yang's words contained slight regret mixed within. Flute Fairy grunted lightly and said with slight disgust, even if you want to form a team with me, I'm still unwilling. After she finished speaking, she didn't pay any further attention to Zhong Yang before turning around and leaving. Even if Flute Fairy didn't give Zhong Yang any face, Zhong Yang's face still carried a smile from the beginning until the end, and his eyes were filled with infatuation as he looked at Flute Fairy's beautiful figure that disappeared into the distance. Zi Yang, there'll be a day when I make you fall in love with me. Zhong Yang silently thought in his heart. You, make a trip to the inn and inform the 2 guardian elders of the experience mission this time. At the corner, Liu Yu gave out orders. An Azure Forest Trisect disciple acknowledged and left, and he headed towards the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Chapter 521. The morning passed quickly. At noon, Du and Lingtian left the courtyard after he finished eating the fine wine and delicacies that the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy brought over. Squeak squeak Tilda the chubby little gold mouse lay on Du and Lingtian's shoulder with a round stomach. In next to no time, the inner hall students successively walked out of the courtyard. At the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's central square, 10 inner hall students and a group of outer hall students once again gathered together. Let's go. The Vice Dean, Kai Ming, personally led the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students to leave the academy. Blackwind Ridge was situated not far east of the Imperial City. After only spending an hour of time, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students that dashed like the wind had arrived at the surroundings of Blackwind Ridge. Within Blackwind Ridge, all of you better act according to your ability. If you encounter bandits that you can't defeat and face a situation of near death, there will be someone to save you. The person that is saved will be considered to have failed the mission, and their points will be reset to 0. Kai Ming spoke with a serious expression. This was also the final rule he announced. Points reset to 0? The group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students couldn't help but shudder. All right, let's split up now. Along with Kai Ming's loud shout, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students swarmed towards Blackwind Ridge. Amongst these people, there were lone wolves, and there were also many small teams. Du and Lingtian followed behind the group of people and entered Blackwind Ridge. Hey! Right at this moment, Du and Lingtian was able to clearly notice. After the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students entered Blackwind Ridge, a group of martial artists with cultivations at the Void Prying stage or above followed over. These Void Prying stage martial artists were obviously in charge of recording the results and protecting the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students. The resources and reserves of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family are truly shocking. All these Void Prying stage martial artists are at least close to 100 people, right? Du and Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. Although these Void Prying stage martial artists were mostly at the first, second, and third level of the Void Prying stage. However, the sheer number of them was still shocking. After they entered Blackwind Ridge, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students split up. Not long after, Du and Lingtian went deep into the Blackwind Ridge alone. At this moment, Du and Lingtian realized that there was only one person left. Moreover, this person was no stranger to Du and Lingtian. It was precisely the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming. I didn't think that my reputation would be so great that Vice School Head Kai would personally record my results for me. Du and Lingtian was flattered. Of course, he was clear in his heart. The reason this Kai Ming followed him, other than to record his results, was more to protect him. After all, the natural talent and strength he revealed now ought to have already received the attention of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. As for Kai Ming, it was impossible for anything to happen to him before he participated in the competition between the geniuses. Otherwise, Kai Ming wouldn't have sent people to protect him when he left the Dragon Phoenix Academy. Whirlwind. Du and Lingtian's figure moved at full speed, shooting into the depths of Blackwind Ridge in the blink of an eye. Not long after, Du and Lingtian discovered a small lake. There's actually a lake in this Blackwind Ridge. Du and Lingtian was slightly surprised. As Du and Lingtian soared up into the sky and looked down at the large area beneath his feet, he noticed that besides the lake he'd discovered, there wasn't a second lake in the nearby area. Those bandits are hiding in Blackwind Ridge, so they'll surely need to replenish their food at ordinary times. Du and Lingtian thought in his heart. Water is something they must have. When he thought up to here, Du and Lingtian dove down and concealed himself behind an enormous mountain rock behind the lake. Waiting in ambush. This was Du and Lingtian's current plan. Squeak squeak tilde. When the little gold mouse saw Du and Lingtian leaning on the mountain rock to rest, she couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, what are you hiding here for? Little gold, I'm waiting for those bandits to come. Du and Lingtian smiled. Waiting for the bandits to come? The little gold mouse was slightly puzzled, and her jade green eyes were filled with bewilderment. Big brother Lingtian, you're not going to look for those bandits. Could it be that those bandits would take the initiative to deliver themselves to you? Du and Lingtian smiled. Little gold, Blackwind Ridge occupies a vast area. Even if I were to search everywhere, I would at least need to spend 1 or 2 months of time to completely search it. Moreover, those bandits are extremely cunning, and they might not always stay in one place. Whereas this place. So long as there are bandits hiding in the nearby area, they'll surely come. Du and Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. Why? The little gold mouse still didn't understand. Big brother Lingtian, why are you so sure that they'll surely come? You'll know very soon. Du and Lingtian smiled mysteriously as he hid behind the mountain rock and looked at the nearby movements in the surroundings of the small lake. Time silently flowed by. At dusk, a red glow filled the sky, causing the entire Blackwind Ridge to seem as if it had transformed into an ocean of flames. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse lay on Du and Lingtian's shoulder and was drowsy, and she asked impatiently, Big brother Lingtian, how long more do we have to wait? You little fellow. You've come. Du and Lingtian hadn't even had the time to speak to the little gold mouse when he noticed there was movement ahead. After a short moment, 3 robust middle-aged men walked out from the nearby forest and arrived nearby the small lake. Damn it! I'm dying of thirst. A middle-aged man stood before the lake and stretched out his hand to scoop up some water before pouring it into his mouth. The other 2 people took out kettles to draw water as well. Ninth leader as well. Our brothers are dying of thirst in broad daylight, yet he doesn't allow us to draw water. He must only allow us to come out in the evening, when the sky is almost dark. Another middle-aged man grumbled. All right, stop complaining. The 9th leader did this because he was worried that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family would send people over. Only by being careful and prudent would our brothers be able to live for a long time. The last middle-aged man spoke out. Quickly draw the water, then we'll leave. In next to no time, the 3 middle-aged men finished drawing the water and intended to leave. Squeak squeak Tilda the little gold mouse cried out lightly by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, are you going to let them leave? The little gold mouse asked via voice transmission. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then lightly followed them. These 3 people were only 9th level nascent soul stage martial artists, and if he wanted to kill them, he would be able to slaughter them in the blink of an eye. Now, Duan Lingtian was following them precisely because he wanted to find their hiding place. Duan Lingtian followed behind the 3 of them, and the 3 of them didn't notice in the slightest as they continued chatting. I heard the 7th leader has brought over 10 brothers to slaughter 2 villages these past few days and seized many women. Truly enviable. A middle-aged man spoke as he drooled, and his eyes flickered with a lustful sheen. If I knew earlier, I would have gone with the 7th leader that day. Although the 9th leader is loyal, he's been busy breaking through recently, and hasn't brought his brothers to leave Blackwind Ridge to rob and rob for a long time. Another middle-aged man sighed. Alas! I haven't tasted a woman for half a month. But, when I think of that woman from half a month ago, it really felt good. But unfortunately, her temper was too fierce, and she committed suicide after I played with her once. How unlucky! As the last middle-aged man finished speaking, he had an expression of pity. You still have the nerve to say. You killed her husband and son before her. It would be strange if she didn't commit suicide. Duan Lingtian followed behind the 3 of them and listened to them ceaselessly speak of their respective glorious deeds. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's fists had already tightly clenched. His eyes even flickered with frightening cold lights. Now, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and kill the 3 of them. But he endured it in the end. According to what they said, they have a total of 9 leaders. In other words, this bandit group has a total of 9 leaders. Now, they've divided into 9 groups and are scattered all over Blackwind Ridge. Duan Lingtian obtained some information from the conversation between the 3 of them. 9th leader, 1st level of the void prying stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of an evil smile. I never imagined that I would encounter a big fish on the first day I arrived at Blackwind Ridge. Little gold. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder that was eager to make a move, and he warned. Don't interfere when I make a move later. Otherwise, don't think of eating meat in the future. Duan Lingtian's words caused the little gold mouse to seem like a deflated ball, and she drooped her little head as she said via voice transmission, then I'll sleep. The little gold mouse fell asleep right away, and she grabbed onto the clothes on Duan Lingtian's shoulder before falling asleep in next to no time. This caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. This little gold is just like little black and little white, they're simply like the reincarnation of pigs. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. When he thought of the 2 little pythons, Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty. I wonder how little black and little white are now. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were pulled back. Because the 3 bandits he'd followed all along the way had returned to the place they were hiding. This place was an inconspicuous gorge. The entrance was a line in the sky, and it was extremely narrow and could only allow a person to enter from the side. After the 3 bandits entered, Duan Lingtian followed in and concealed himself at the side. 9th leader, we've returned. After the 3 bandits entered the gorge, they shouted out loudly. Water! Water! Instantly, the group of bandits swarmed over and took the water from the hands of the 3 bandits before fiercely pouring it down their throats. You didn't notice anything wrong, right? Right at this moment, a voice that was like muffled thunder abruptly sounded out and reverberated within the gorge. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian, who was concealed on a large tree at the side of the gorge's entrance, saw it. A robust man that wore worn-out armor walked out from the wooden house at the center of the gorge. The robust man had thick brows and large eyes, and there were 3 scars on his face that were like 3 centipedes. The most ferocious scar even passed right under his nose. Just a little bit more and it would have crippled one of his eyes. No. 9th leader, water. One of the 3 bandits that went out to get water walked out and respectfully passed over the kettle. That's good. The robust man nodded and received the water before drinking it in large gulps. After he finished drinking, he tossed the kettle to the side and turned around to look at the group of bandits under him. Chapter 522. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard the words of the 9th leader of the bandits. Break through in 3 days at most. In other words, the 9th leader of this bandit group was still a first-level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the number of bandits within the gorge at the first possible moment. There were an entire 30-plus people. Amongst them, the 9th leader was the strongest. The 9th leader was the one and only void prying stage martial artist amongst these 30-plus people. Whoosh! After he detected everything, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to descend from the tree. He was completely exposed before the group of bandits. The group of bandits were all dumbstruck when they saw a stranger suddenly appear within the gorge they were hiding in. Moreover, it was a young man. Kid, where did you come from? A bandit's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice. He's probably some young master that came to Blackwind Ridge to play and got lost. Some bandits saw the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and thought it was a pet mouse, and all of them couldn't refrain from laughing. Old Wang, don't you like this type of young master with tender skin? This one that delivered himself to your door ought to be to your liking, right? A mounted bandit looked at another rugged mounted bandit and said with a smile. Instantly, the group of bandits started jeering. They completely didn't realize the arrival of danger. Even the 9th leader of the bandit group didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. After all, in his eyes, the violet-clothed young man before him was a young man that looked to be not more than 25 years old. A young man like this was unable to pose any threat to him. He's indeed not bad. His appearance is rather handsome, but I wonder how he'll. The rugged bandit walked towards Duan Lingtian with a lewd smile. But he hadn't finished speaking when he'd already stopped abruptly, because a solid finger force of origin energy tore through the sky and interrupted him. Bang! The rugged bandit's body crashed down. A hideous bloody hole appeared between his brows, and it was still ceaselessly spraying out gorgeous and resplendent fresh blood. After a while, his head was completely soaked in blood. First level void prying stage. A bandit was the first to react, and he just happened to see the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, 2,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Many bandits turned pale and their legs trembled. A void prying stage expert wasn't someone they could go against. Currently, among the people present, only the 9th master of the mounted bandits and the 3 mounted bandits standing behind him were relatively calm. These 3 bandits were all existences at the half-step void stage. Your cultivation has already stepped into the void prying stage at such a young age. I wonder which of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are you? The face of the 9th master of the horse gang darkened as he asked loudly. 5 great young masters? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and shrugged. I'm neither. Not one of the 5 young masters. The 9th master of the mounted bandits sneered when he heard this. No matter if you are or not, since you killed my brother today, you're dead for sure. As soon as the 9th master finished speaking, his entire body moved. Whoosh! The 9th master's figure swayed like the wind, and a saber appeared in his hand. Origin energy suffused within it, skyrocketing and raging. In the sky, another 560 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out. This was the amplification ability of the Spirit Saber. The Ninth Master's saber was a Grade 7 Spirit Saber, along with the Ninth Master transforming into a fierce beast that opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Another strand of majestic aura appeared on the Grade 7 Spirit Saber in his hand. This strand of aura was extremely faint, and if one didn't sense it carefully, one would be unable to notice it. Instantly, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,560 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Elementary Saber Force. Die! The Ninth Master shouted out explosively as he exerted his full strength, and his saber descended towards Duan Lingtian, carrying along a might that could split mountains and split rocks. It seemed as if it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Terrifying origin energy leaped about on the saber before crashing down, and saber force suffused within it. Kill him. The other three half-step void stage-mounted bandits followed behind the Ninth Master as they charged towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above them, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared respectively. Subsequently, they withdrew their respective spirit sabers. OM. OM. Another two sabers descended, seeming to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a fierce beast that bit towards Duan Lingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain when facing the Ninth Master's saber strike that contained the strength of 2,760 ancient mammoths, and he shouted coldly, "Tempest Point." Subsequently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's origin energy once again condensed into a finger force that tore through the sky. Swish! The origin energy finger force flashed out to intercept the Ninth Master's saber strike that could split mountains and split rocks. Along with the surroundings of the origin energy finger force, strands of azure-colored energy and violet-colored energy intertwined with each other, and they were like a little azure-colored snake and a little violet-colored snake that were jumping about. Tempest Point. Instantly, another 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Presently, what Duan Lingtian executed was precisely the Tempest Point at the Mastery stage. It contained half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. No! Impossible! The Ninth Master's saber descended towards Duan Lingtian's head, and his gaze never left Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At the beginning, when he saw Duan Lingtian condensing an origin energy finger force that flashed over with the intention of blocking his saber strike, slight disdain arose in his heart. However, when he saw the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had suddenly merged together in the sky above Duan Lingtian, he felt coldness surge up from the bottom of his feet and directly into his head. Clang! The Tempest Point tore through the sky, and relying on the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths, it blasted the spirit saber in the Ninth Master's hand flying. As expected, the hand the Ninth Master used to hold the saber split open and dripped with fresh blood. You. After the Ninth Master was blasted back a few steps, he looked at Duan Lingtian in terror. But he didn't have the chance to continue speaking. Swish! Another material tempest point flashed over and easily penetrated the space between his brows. Bang! The Ninth Master's body fell to the ground, dead. He followed in the footsteps of the rugged bandit. Take revenge for the Ninth Master. The eyes of the three bandits that charged towards Duan Lingtian were crimson red, and their origin energy skyrocketed on the sabers in their hands that descended towards Duan Lingtian. The three of them attacked with rage and used their full strength. But, no matter how furious they were, it couldn't change the fact that they were only at the half-step void stage. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, as if transforming into a gale, and he easily dodged the attacks of the three people. Tempest Point. As his body shook, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and hastily pointed out three fingers. Swish. 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 Three tempest points tore through the sky and pierced through the chests of the three half-step void stage bandits, killing them. Along with the three bandits crashing onto the ground, the gorge was deathly silent. In the blink of an eye, a first-level void prying stage martial artist and three half-step void stage martial artists had all died. The four bandits that were killed were the strongest amongst the group of bandits present. For a time, the expressions of the remaining bandits went pale. My lord, spare us. My lord, spare us. Instantly, many bandits knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian, and their bodies shivered. When they realized that death was approaching, they were afraid. With someone taking the lead, the remaining bandits knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with sorrowful voices. They knew clearly that unless the violet-clothed young man before them showed mercy, otherwise, they would be unable to escape death. Duan Lingtian stood before the group of bandits with a calm expression, and his gaze was incomparably cold and indifferent. "All of you know to be afraid now?" Finally, Duan Lingtian spoke with a tone that was filled with extreme coldness. "When the sabers in your hands descended onto the innocent villagers time and time again, have all of you thought about their feelings? Have all of you thought about the feelings of their families?" Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with extremely icy cold killing intent. It caused the group of bandits to go pale. "My lord, spare us. So long as you spare us, I guarantee that I won't be a bandit in the future." "Yeah, my lord, spare us. I won't be a bandit as well." The group of bandits made their promises one after another. Not only did Duan Lingtian not feel pity in his heart when he heard the promises of these bandits, he instead felt slight disgust. The scene before him. If it was in his previous life, then what was the difference between this and a murderer promising to the judge after killing someone, "I won't kill anyone in the future, let me live"? Everyone had to be responsible for what they did. Out of all of you, only one can live. Duan Lingtian took a few steps back and stood at the entrance of the canyon. After blocking the path of the bandits, he said indifferently. Just as Duan Lingtian finished his words. Buzz. Before many bandits could react, a bandit swung his saber and beheaded his former companion beside him. This bandit's action awakened all the bandits. Kill. Kill. In order to survive, the group of bandits raised their sabers and attacked their former companions one after another. In a short while, blood flowed like a river in the canyon. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 or 6 bandits left standing. These bandits were not in a good condition either. More or less, they were all injured. Soon, as if they had discussed beforehand, the bandits attacked at the same time and started a chaotic battle. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Weisstein Kai, they're killing each other like this. It ought to be able to be counted into my assignment points, right? The old man that stood in midair and concealed behind the clouds and mist above the canyon received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. He actually noticed me. The old man was slightly moved and was shocked in his heart. No wonder he saw through me when I sent people to follow and protect him. This Duan Lingtian was actually even able to notice where I was hiding. The old man was precisely the vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming. You didn't rely on external forces, whereas they killed each other because of a single sentence of yours. These dead bandits naturally have to be counted into your assignment points. Kai Ming replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. That's good. Chapter 523. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses once more, he noticed that the remaining bandits had all fallen. Only a single bandit remained, and he was struggling at death's door. Obviously, he wouldn't live for long. My lord, save me." The bandit struggled as he asked Duan Lingtian for help. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at him and asked, "Do you know where your other leaders are?" I don't know." The bandit shook his head with difficulty. Even if he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he was still out of breath. His injuries were too heavy, and the low-grade healing medicinal pills in his possession were of no use. Little gold. Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to the bandit and woke up the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak tilde. After the little gold mouse awoke, she cried out in shock when she noticed the miserable state within the gorge. "Big brother Lingtian, when did you become so bloody?" The little gold mouse's innocent voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "I'm bloody." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the little gold mouse. Even if there was someone in this world that had the qualifications to call him bloody, that person would absolutely not be the little gold mouse. In terms of brutality and bloody, he asked himself if he was able to catch up to this little fellow. "Little gold, help me collect the spoils of the battle." Under the sweeping of Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse, The spatial rings of the group of bandits had become Duan Lingtian's. Whereas the bandit that survived had died during this period of time because of his heavy injuries. This time, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have a great harvest. When these bandits are added together, my mission points ought to have broken through 100, right? Before Duan Lingtian left, he indifferently swept the pile of bandits' corpses within the gorge with his gaze as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left the gorge. As soon as he left the gorge, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. Because he noticed that two extremely familiar auras were approaching at an extremely swift speed. Shit. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed as he prepared to flee. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian stepped on half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force, and he seemed to have transformed into the wind as he flashed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian, you think you can escape from the two of us? At this moment, two old figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian out of thin air. Of course, they did not appear out of thin air. Instead, they were so fast that it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to catch sight of them. Zhao Ming, Tang Hua. Looking at the two old men floating in front of him, Duan Lingtian's expression turned ugly. Never had he imagined that Zhao Ming and Tang Hua would actually appear in Blackwind Ridge. Liu Yu must have told them about the Dragon Phoenix Academy students going out to train. Soon, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. Duan Lingtian, we were unable to do anything to you in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that day. Let me see who can help you today. The corners of Tang Hua's mouth held a wisp of a cold smile. Zhao Ming stared at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, and he didn't say a word. Whoosh. Right at this moment, another old figure appeared and stood before Duan Lingtian, and he protected Duan Lingtian behind him. It was precisely the Vice Dean of the Dragon Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming. Kai Ming couldn't help but be slightly moved when he saw Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. He wasn't surprised that the members of the Azure Forest Trisect wanted to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. But what surprised him was that the Azure Forest Trisect had actually dispatched two guardian elders for the sake of Duan Lingtian. It was truly inconceivable. Even if the Azure Forest Trisect thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be to the extent of dispatching two guardian elders, right? Kai Ming kept having the feeling that there was surely a secret behind this. Elder Tang Hua, Elder Zhao Ming. Kai Ming calmly looked Tang Hua and Zhao Ming in the eye, and he said with a low voice, Duan Lingtian is now an inner hall student of our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and is currently undergoing a training assignment. Both of you, please leave swiftly. Kai Ming, could it be that you think you can stop the two of us by yourself? Tang Hua obviously knew Kai Ming, and he sneered. Kai Ming's face went grim. Tang Hua, don't forget. Duan Lingtian is now a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he receives the protection of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family. If you dare touch him, then you're going against the Imperial family. As far as Kai Ming was concerned, the Imperial family was sufficient to suppress Tang Hua and Zhao Ming to the point they were unable to catch their breath. However, the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Imperial family? Tang Hua and Zhao Ming glanced at each other when they heard Kai Ming, and they couldn't help but laugh. What? After your Azure Forest Trisect merged, you don't even take our Imperial family seriously? Kai Ming said with a low voice. Kai Ming, leave quickly if you're sensible. Today, we're taking this Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua's words didn't leave the slightest room for discussion. Imperial family? Perhaps, he had to restrain himself slightly in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But now, the Imperial family was far away, and Duan Lingtian was right before his eyes, and he was about to become his prey. How could he miss this opportunity? After all, once he captured Duan Lingtian, it would mean that he would obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, he had the confidence to charge into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. At that time, so what if it was the Imperial family? Wasn't the reason the Imperial family was able to dominate the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all because of that 7th level Void Initiation stage expert? So long as he captured Duan Lingtian and forced out the whereabouts of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage expert would appear in their Azure Forest Trisec. Moreover, it wouldn't just be a single person. At that time, their Azure Forest Trisect wouldn't be afraid of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Duan Lingtian stood there and silently watched the development of the situation. He noticed that the development didn't seem to be smooth. Tang Hue and Zhao Ming seemed to want to take him away at the risk of offending the imperial family. As for the reason the two of them did this, Duan Lingtian was able to roughly guess it. Do they really think that I'll bring them to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk if they capture me? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart towards Tang Hue and Zhao Ming's naivety. Finally, Kai Ming grunted coldly, and the origin energy on his body roiled, causing his clothes to flutter without wind. Whoosh! In the sky, 8 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Kai Ming had displayed the full extent of his cultivation base. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. It wasn't inferior to either Tang Hue or Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Kai Ming revealing such a cultivation. His spiritual force had seen through Kai Ming's cultivation since long ago. Kai Ming, if you really want to get involved in this mess, then don't blame me and Elder Ming for being ruthless. I presume you ought to be clearly aware that you're not a match for us when we join forces. As Tang Hue spoke, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. On the other hand, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form in the sky above Zhao Ming before coiling down. Whoosh! In next to no time, strands of material blue-colored energy leaped about within the origin energy on Kai Ming's body. Subsequently, another 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Kai Ming, 5th-level water concept. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Tang Hue's mouth. Strands of crimson-red-colored energy leaped about within the origin energy on his body, and the scorching aura caused the air to stagnate. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. 6th-level fire concept. At the same time, 5th-level wind concept appeared within Zhao Ming's origin energy. The 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him had become 13. The two of you really want to make a move against someone protected by our imperial family? Kai Ming's expression was gloomy, and he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. He never imagined that Tang Hue had actually comprehended 6th-level fire concept. 6th-level fire concept wasn't restrained by his 5th-level water concept any longer. So it turned out that he intended to use water concept to restrain Tang Hue's fire concept, and then draw Zhao Ming into the battle to fight for a chance for Duan Lingtian to flee. But now it would seem that his thoughts had come to nothing. Just Tang Hue alone was superior to him, and he utterly didn't have the time to divert his attention to deal with Zhao Ming. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Even if I lend my grade 4 spirit sword to Vice Dean Kai now, I'm afraid he might not be able to suppress Tang Hue and Zhao Ming. Looks like I'm bound to suffer misfortune today. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth unconsciously curled into a wisp of helplessness. He didn't flee because he knew that it was impossible for him to flee under the eyes of Tang Hue and Zhao Ming. Elder Ming! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard an explosive shout. Subsequently, he saw it. Zhao Ming's azure clothes fluttered as his speed was swift to the limit, and he transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Kai Ming. He started battling Kai Ming. In terms of attack, both of them were on par. In terms of speed, because what Zhao Ming comprehended was wind concept, and it surpassed Kai Ming. Swoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of the sky being torn apart sweep over, and it grew closer and closer. A scorching hot aura enveloped down. Shit! Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw Tang Hue pouncing towards him. A large and powerful hand landed on his shoulder, and a powerful elemental force restrained the elemental force in his body. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was brought along by Tang Hue to soar on the clouds and fly off swiftly into the distance. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Kai Ming and Zhao Ming went further and further away, and in the end, they transformed into 2 small black dots that gradually vanished before his eyes. During this period of time, Kai Ming wanted to save him many times, yet he was stopped by Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian, you've fallen into my hands in the end. Tang Hua's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Tang Hua, you better be gentle. If you hurt me and I accidentally forget the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then it wouldn't be fun. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Hua's hand that grabbed onto his shoulder and spoke indifferently. Tang Hua's face sank when he was threatened by Duan Lingtian. However, his hand still loosened a little. When he saw Tang Hua being so cooperative, Duan Lingtian knew that his guess from before wasn't wrong. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming utterly never thought of directly taking his life. Their target was indeed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Elder Tang Hua, where do you intend to bring me? Duan Lingtian noticed that Tang Hua was actually bringing him all the way east, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Tang Hua paid no attention to Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua only stopped when they arrived at a precipitous mountain at the eastern border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder as he stood in the sky. Chapter 524. After a while, Duan Lingtian saw a person flashing over swiftly from the west. Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw the person that had arrived. He understood that this was the place where Tang Hua and Zhao Ming met. After a short moment, Zhao Ming arrived by Tang Hua's side, and his eyes that were filled with hatred stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly, Duan Lingtian, don't play any trick. Otherwise, I'll kill you at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian shrugged when he heard Zhao Ming's threat, and he said with an indifferent expression, then Elder Zhao Ming, you can just kill me. There's no need to look for that 10,000-year stalactite milk. Do you think I don't dare? Zhao Ming exploded into rage, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy raged. 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack. Elder Ming. Tang Hua frowned and stopped Zhao Ming, then he said via voice transmission, so long as we find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, would you still be worried about not having a chance to kill this Duan Lingtian? He's infuriating you, don't fall for his trick. Zhao Ming took a deep breath when he heard Tang Hua, and he suppressed the rage in his heart. Duan Lingtian, where's the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Tang Hua looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. Elder Tang Hua, you'll let me go if I bring all of you to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Duan Lingtian asked with a vigilant expression. Sure. Tang Hua wasn't surprised by Duan Lingtian's request, and he didn't even think before agreeing. What about Elder Zhao Ming? You're willing to let me go as well? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming grunted coldly and paid no attention to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. So long as you bring us to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Elder Ming and I will let you go. Tang Hua said to Duan Lingtian. Then all of you swear on the tribulation of oaths, the 99 heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I'd rather die than bring all of you to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. You. Zhao Ming's expression changed greatly. Elder Ming. Tang Hua frowned and persuaded via voice transmission. So what if we make an oath according to what he said? So long as we obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, we'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void initiation state. At that time, with our strength, even if we forcefully charge into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and kill Duan Lingtian, I presume the Imperial family wouldn't say anything. As Tang Hua finished speaking, his face was filled with confidence. It was as if he could already see the scene of himself breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Hearing this, Zhao Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming both pinched open their fingers and used their own blood to allow the 99 heavenly tribulation to bear witness as they made an oath. Once they found the 10,000-year stalactite milk with the help of Duan Lingtian, they would let Duan Lingtian leave and wouldn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw Tang Hua and Zhao Ming making an oath. He was able to sense their yearning towards the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so he was confident in his backing. Squeak squeak Tilda the little gold mouse cried out lightly by Duan Lingtian's ears, and she said via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, do you really intend to bring them to the stalactite cave? Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. I naturally won't bring them there. Then what's the use of making them make this oath? The little gold mouse asked curiously. I made them make this oath only because I wanted to give them a preconceived impression and make them feel that I'm really willing to bring them to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Duan Lingtian explained via voice transmission. Otherwise, if I didn't make them make the oath, then perhaps they would think that I would play some trick. In that way, it would be difficult for my plan to be carried out. Plan? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with bewilderment. You'll know very soon. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with mystery. The little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade-green eyes flickered with slight anticipation. We've already made the oath. Now, you can bring us to look for the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right? Tang Hua asked Duan Lingtian with a low voice. Duan Lingtian, don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you. Zhao Ming spoke out in a timely manner and echoed Tang Hua. What tricks can I play? Duan Lingtian shrugged. All of you are 6th level void initiation stage experts. Could it be that all of you are afraid of a tiny 1st level void prying stage martial artist like me playing any tricks? Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming brought him along to flash out at full speed towards the northwest. When they arrived near the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian pointed towards the north. Over there. Duan Lingtian, the area of the Darkstone Empire is ahead. Are you sure the 10,000-year stalactite milk is in the Darkstone Empire? Tang Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with slight suspicion. Elder Hua, if you don't believe me, then how about you kill me now? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Tang Hua instantly went silent. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. So what if he's a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist? Wasn't he still fooled by him? I almost forgot that place when I was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom the other day. If I was able to recall it at that time, then even if that mysterious expert didn't exist, I would still be able to escape them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian believed. Once Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were trapped at that place, they would most probably be trapped to death within. Phoenix Nest City. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian flashed through the sky above Phoenix Nest City under the lead of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming. I wonder if Tian Wu, City Governor Feng, Elder Kong, Grandma Shu, and the others have already left, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not long after, under the lead of Duan Lingtian, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming brought along Duan Lingtian to descend into a spacious gorge. Within the gorge, a ball of cloud and mist condensed together, and the situation within couldn't be seen clearly. What's this place? Tang Hua and Zhao Ming curiously sized up the surroundings. In the end, their gazes descended into the ball of cloud and mist before them in unison. The cloud and mist revealed various mysteries, and it caused them to feel that it wasn't simple. Elder Tang Hua, can you let me go now? How would I lead the way if you don't let me go? Duan Lingtian looked at the hand Tang Hua held on his shoulder as he spoke indifferently. Tang Hua paid no attention to him. Then both of you can look for it yourselves. Duan Lingtian shrugged, and he had an appearance as if he didn't care and wasn't in a hurry. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't play tricks on us, otherwise. You ought to know the consequences. Tang Hua threatened with a low voice. At the same time, he let go of the hand he held on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Even if I want to play tricks on all of you, I need to have the strength to do so. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Ming had approached the ball of cloud and mist ahead, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a wisp of disdain. Unless Zhao Ming was an inscription master as well. Otherwise, he could only dream of recognizing the inscription formation. Inscription formation. This place was precisely the place that Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong had come to that day. That ball of cloud and mist was precisely the inscription formation. As for within the inscription formation, it was the former Soul Cleanse pool. But because the nether soul fruit had already been eaten by Little Gold, the pool of water had become ordinary water as well. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she cried out lightly, and then she said via voice transmission, Big brother Ling Tian, why did you bring them here? Little fellow, you still haven't guessed what I want to do? Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. You're too stupid. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse was instantly unhappy when she heard Duan Lingtian. Elders, please come with me. Duan Lingtian called out to Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, then he walked towards the ball of cloud and mist with the intention of entering it. It's utterly impossible to enter that place. Zhao Ming couldn't help but ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Earlier, he'd tried to walk into the ball of cloud and mist, yet he noticed that there was a shapeless force that obstructed him outside. It was as if someone had set up some sort of restriction here. But in the next moment, when he saw the ball of cloud and mist actually split open to the side as Duan Lingtian walked out, he was completely dumbstruck. What's going on? Tang Hua was stunned as well. They naturally didn't know that this ball of cloud and mist was the appearance formed from the inscription formation. At this moment, it was precisely Duan Lingtian that had stretched out his spiritual force and successfully opened up the inscription formation. Elders, the 10,000-year stalactite milk is inside. Duan Lingtian was the first to walk towards the split-open ball of cloud and mist, and his figure slowly fused into the grey and hazy mist. Duan Lingtian's figure was about to vanish before their eyes. Let's go in. Tang Hua called out to Zhao Ming, and the two of them followed in. After the two of them entered, they were stunned on the spot. Their faces were covered in shock as they looked at the spacious lake before them. They'd never imagined that there would actually be such a scene behind the clouds and mist in the gorge. At this moment, they completely didn't notice that the cloud and mist behind them was swiftly closing up, and it wasn't long before it completely closed up. Beside them, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he took 2 steps back. In the next moment, whirlwind. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian's figure moved, an exit that only allowed him to leave appeared in the expanse of cloud and mist he charged towards. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged out through this exit and returned to the gorge. Meanwhile, the exit instantly closed up. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, who were behind the cloud and mist and within the inscription formation, were jolted awake. Duan Lingtian has fled. Their faces went grim as their figures flashed to arrive at the position Duan Lingtian stood before he fled. They wanted to leave this place, yet they noticed a shapeless force had sealed them within, causing them to be unable to leave. Damn it! We've been tricked by that Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua was slightly exasperated. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Ming shouted out in shock as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. A spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and his 5th-level wind concept roiled as he stabbed it towards the barrier formed from the shapeless force before him. Bang! However, only a muffled bang replied to Zhao Ming. Chapter 525. What the hell is this place? Zhao Ming's face went grim. From the beginning until the end, Zhao Ming's actions were noticed by Tang Hua. He originally thought that if Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, he would be able to easily destroy the barrier condensed from the shapeless energy before him. However, the outcome exceeded his expectation. Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, yet was actually unable to break through this barrier. Zhao Ming, let's join forces, Tang Hua shouted out coldly, and his face was filled with rage. He never imagined that he'd lived for more than half his life, yet was actually played by a little fellow around the age of 20. This was absolutely an extraordinary shame and humiliation. All right, Zhao Ming replied. Subsequently, the 2 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts joined forces and blasted towards a certain point on the barrier. However, the outcome was the same. The barrier didn't move in the slightest. Damn it! How did that Duan Lingtian leave? Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He charged out from here. I didn't pay attention to the specifics of how he left. Tang Hua's expression was extremely unsightly. Let's look around and see if there's an exit. Subsequently, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming looked around with the intention of finding an exit. In the end, they noticed that the lake they were at was completely enveloped by the barrier formed from the shapeless energy. That barrier even penetrated deep into the ground. It caused them to be unable to dig a hole to leave. Damn it! What the hell is this place? How exactly was that barrier formed? Zhao Ming had an exasperated expression. Subsequently, Zhao Ming looked at Tang Hua and almost roared. It's all your fault. If we directly killed that Duan Lingtian, all of this wouldn't have happened. Tang Hua's face sank. Zhao Ming, get it straight. If it wasn't for you coveting the 10,000-year stalactite milk as well, would you allow me to spare his life? At the bottom of it all of this was because of our greed. Greed. Zhao Ming's body shook, and he was speechless. Yeah. If it wasn't for him coveting the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Duan Lingtian spoke of, all of this wouldn't have happened. At this moment, he only felt extreme regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Once I get out of here, I will definitely grind that Duan Lingtian's bones to dust. What 10,000-year stalactite milk? I, Zhao Ming, don't want it anymore, Zhao Ming said with an ugly expression. Humph. Whether or not we can get out of here is still uncertain. But, if we can, I won't let that Duan Lingtian live another moment in front of me. Tang Hua was also infuriated, and his eyes burned with extreme fury. Within the inscription formation, Zhao Ming and Tang Hua were exasperated. Outside the inscription pattern array, on a large tree in the spacious canyon, Duan Lingtian lay there with his legs crossed as he basked in the sun. Big brother Lingtian, you're so bad, you actually tricked them into going inside. The little gold mouse stood on the tree trunk at the side, and its body swayed up and down as if it was on a swing. Bad. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then stretched out his hand to block the scorching sunlight. If I didn't do this, I would have been killed by them sooner or later. Even if I really brought them to the stalactite cave on Megre's Peak, they would abide by their oath and let me off for a while. But it wouldn't be long before they would surely make a move against me once more. Hee hee. I was wondering earlier why Big Brother Ling Tian brought them here, so it turns out that you wanted to trick them. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a sly smile. They can only blame themselves for being stupid. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled slightly, and a wisp of disdain suffused it. Everything that happened today was smooth to the point it caused him to feel slight disbelief. Of course, he knew as well. All of this was because Tang Hua and Zhao Ming didn't have any knowledge of the Tao of inscriptions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Big brother Ling Tian, they wouldn't forcefully charge out, right? Should we leave quickly? The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight fear mixed within. No matter if it was Tang Hua or Zhao Ming, they were both 6th level void initiation stage experts, and they were far from someone the little gold mouse could go against. There's no need. The senior that left behind that inscription formation is in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Unless a void transformation stage expert makes a move, or many 7th level void interpretation stage experts join forces. Otherwise, don't even think of breaking through this inscription formation. Doesn't that mean they're going to be trapped to death within? The little gold mouse was shocked. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll surely be trapped to death within. Of course, if they're able to find that abode and obtain the experiences in the Tao of inscriptions that Senior left behind, then perhaps they'll have a chance to break out of the formation. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. They have a chance to come out. The little gold mouse was slightly afraid. Don't worry. What sort of divine temple is the Tao of inscriptions? They want to have some achievements in the Tao of inscriptions and obtain the ability to break out of the formation. They'll at least need to spend over 10 years of time to study it. Duan Lingtian wasn't worried in the slightest. If I'm still afraid of them after 10 years, then I might as well take a blade and commit suicide. 10 years, not to mention 10 years. Even if it was the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 4 years from now, if he didn't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, it would probably be difficult for him to stand out. The little gold mouse felt at ease when she heard this. I'll go greet them, then we'll return to Blackwind Ridge. No matter what, I must obtain the most points in the mission this time. Only by being ranked first would I be able to obtain the void refining fruit. Duan Lingtian stood up, and his gaze descended onto the ball of clouds and mist within the gorge. Subsequently, His spiritual force fused into it and opened up a small gap on the inscription formation. Subsequently, his voice transmission passed through this inconspicuous small gap and entered into the ears of Tang Hue and Zhao Ming, who were trapped within. Elder Tang Hue, Elder Zhao Ming. Both of you properly live in seclusion within in the future. There are many small fishes within the lake. It ought to not be to the extent of starving both of you to death. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with ridicule. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was interrupted by the small gap on the inscription formation that was closed up. Duan Lingtian. The flames of rage of Tang Hue and Zhao Ming were once again ignited by Duan Lingtian. However, no matter how they vented, it was of no use. They were unable to forcefully break open the inscription formation in the end. Little Gold, let's go. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger and headed all the way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The current little gold mouse wasn't the little gold mouse of the past. As a demon beast that had broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, the little gold mouse's speed was extremely swift. In only 3 days of time, she'd brought Duan Lingtian back to Blackwind Ridge. Those two old fellows wasted so much of my time. I wonder if anyone has surpassed the points I obtained earlier. Duan Lingtian muttered with an unhappy expression on his face. If Duan Lingtian's muttering was heard by Tang Hue and Zhao Ming, who were still trapped within the inscription formation, the expressions of Tang Hue and Zhao Ming would surely be extremely interesting. The important matter at hand is to find Vice Dean Kai first. Otherwise, if no one records my results, then it's useless no matter how many bandits I kill. After spending half a day, Duan Lingtian finally found Kai Ming. When he found Kai Ming was sighing. Vice Dean Kai. Only when Duan Lingtian greeted him did Kai Ming's thoughts that had drifted out pull back. Duan Lingtian? Kai Ming was completely dumbstruck when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, he thought he was seeing things. In next to no time, he confirmed it. The person that stood before him was indeed Duan Lingtian without a doubt. Duan Lingtian, how did you escape from the hands of those two old fellows? Kai Ming asked curiously. It's a long story. I'll slowly tell Vice Dean Kai when I have time in the future. Now that I speak of it, they wasted 3 days of my time. Vice Dean Kai, is there anyone that surpassed my points now? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Kai Ming nodded and said slowly, not long ago, Crazy Young Master was like you. He found the lair of the 7th leader of the bandit group and wiped out 50+ bandit. Besides that, the 7th leader is a 2nd-level void prying stage martial artist. 7th leader? 50 bandits? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed with admiration. I never imagined that Crazy Young Master's luck would be so good. 7th leader, 2nd-level void prying stage. It was equivalent to 30 points. Coupled with the 50+ bandits. It's very likely that Crazy Young Master's current points have already exceeded 200. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Vice Dean Kai, I want to continue now. Duan Lingtian said to Kai Ming. Kai Ming nodded. Go on. Kai Ming had a complicated gaze when he saw Duan Lingtian transform into a violet bolt of lightning that vanished before his eyes. Duan Lingtian's sudden return had exceeded his expectations. Now, I slightly hope that this Duan Lingtian will be able to seize the first in the experience assignment this time. If he were to consume the void refining fruit, his cultivation would surpass all the inner hall student. At the same time that Kai Ming followed Duan Lingtian, his gaze flickered. Moreover, he's extremely mysterious. Perhaps he has many unexpected abilities. The reason Kai Ming guessed like this. It was still because Duan Lingtian was able to shake off those 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect and return safely. After all, those 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect were 6th-level void initiation stage experts, and being able to return under their noses was sufficient to show that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian is able to represent our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to stand out on the stage of the Darkstone Empire and obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkhan dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the various empires and dynasty. When he thought up to here, Kai Ming felt a wave of excitement. Duan Lingtian, I hope you're able to go even further and create a legend of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A young expert that can compare to the most outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty hasn't appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kai Ming followed behind Duan Lingtian like a shadow. He looked forward to Duan Lingtian being able to obtain the most points. Chapter 526. Kai Ming believed. Under the assistance of the void refining fruit, Duan Lingtian would be able to go even higher and further. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Kai Ming was thinking. Presently, he was madly searching for the tracks of the bandits in Blackwind Ridge. Swoosh! It wasn't only Duan Lingtian who was searching, the little gold mouse was helping as well. The little gold mouse was unable to help Duan Lingtian kill the bandits, but she was still able to help Duan Lingtian find the bandits and make Duan Lingtian personally make a move. Even Kai Ming didn't say anything about this. After all, this wasn't considered to be breaking the rules. The tempering this time only had half a month of time. Yet now, 4 days had already passed. 11 more days. After searching for 3 days, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the tracks of a single bandit. No matter if it was him searching on the ground or searching from high above. But unfortunately, the area my spiritual force can extend out is limited. If my spiritual force is able to cover the entire Blackwind Ridge, then those bandits would surely have nowhere to hide. Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Blackwind Ridge was so large that even when the Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he might be able to cover the entire Blackwind Ridge with his spiritual force. When the Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was in existence at the Emperor Wu stay. Now, not to mention the highest level of cultivation in Cloud Continent, the Emperor Wu stage, Duan Lingtian was still quite a distance away from the Void Initiation stage. Suddenly, the commotion ahead drew Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian approached and looked from afar, and he noticed a few familiar figures. These people weren't bandits. But Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Liu Yu. The people that appeared within Duan Lingtian's line of sight were precisely the few people from the Azure Forest Trisect. When he recalled Tang Hua and Zhao Ming, he recalled the 7-star sword sect disciples that died at their hands. Duan Lingtian's chest was almost filled with rage. Vice Dean Kai. Duan Lingtian didn't meet with Liu Yu and the others, and he didn't even allow the void prying stage martial artist behind Liu Yu and the others to notice him as he took the initiative to hide at the side. What is it? Kai Ming was slightly puzzled when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Those Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Can you sell me a favor? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with boundless killing intent. Kai Ming was first stunned when he heard this, and then he noticed Liu Yu and the others. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian meant. Duan Lingtian was none other than wanting him to be biased and allow him to kill these Azure Forest Trisect disciples. If it was in the past, Kai Ming would have rejected him directly. But now, when he thought of how the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect didn't take the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family seriously. As one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family, a trace of evil flames arose in the heart of Kai Ming for no reason or rhyme. Kai Ming was a human as well, and he had emotions and desires. Because of the actions of Tang Hua and Zhao Ming from a few days ago, he didn't have the slightest good impression of the Azure Forest Trisect. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had said it extremely clearly now. He wanted him to sell him a favor. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's favor was nothing now. What about in the future? He looked extremely favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. In the end, Kai Ming gritted his teeth and agreed to Duan Lingtian. Then you deal with it cleanly. I'll instruct the person following behind them that he won't interfere in the matter between you and them. At this moment, Kai Ming felt slightly guilty. But when he recalled how arrogant Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were before him that day, his guilt vanished without a trace. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect weren't worthy of the protection of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Thank you, Vice Dean Kai. Duan Lingtian accepts this favor of yours. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when Kai Ming agreed. He was really worried that Kai Ming wouldn't agree. In this way, even if he hated Liu Yu and the others to the extreme, he wouldn't know where to start. Of course, he was able to guess the reason. Since Kai Ming was able to agree so readily, it was surely because of the reason Tang Hua and Zhao Ming had captured him a few days ago. At that time, Tang Hua and Zhao Ming had caused Vice Dean Kai to lose face. Senior Sister Liu Yu, it has already been 4 days, yet we haven't encountered a single bandit. Where exactly are they hiding? An Azure Forest Trisect disciple laughed bitterly as he asked Liu Yu. How would I know if you're asking me? Liu Yu spoke angrily. Senior Sister Liu Yu, don't be angry. So what if we didn't gain anything from coming to Blackwind Ridge this time? Now, the 2 Guardian Elders have probably already killed Du and Lingtian, and that would be a great merit. Another Azure Forest Trisect disciple grinned. You're right. The 3 sect leaders would surely be extremely happy with the death of Du and Lingtian. At that time, we'll all be meritorious and will be able to obtain the sect's rewards. After all, it was us that told the 2 Guardian Elders about the whereabouts of Du and Lingtian. The eyes of the last Azure Forest Trisect disciple lit up as if he'd already seen the rewards bestowed by the sect. Liu Yu's expression eased up when she heard this. Indeed, there was nothing that was more delightful than this matter. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when she thought of how Du and Lingtian was already dead. A few days ago in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, the icy cold gaze Du and Lingtian looked at her had caused her to successively have nightmares for a few days. In her nightmares, she was killed by Du and Lingtian numerous times. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. Liu Yu was rather happy in her heart. The depression from being unable to find bandits was completely tossed to the back of her mind. Right at this moment. It really was all of you that leaked the news. A voice that was like a ghost sounded out, and it caused the expressions of Liu Yu and the others to go grim. Especially Liu Yu. This voice was something she'd heard countless times in her dreams a few days ago. Of course, they were all nightmares. Du and Lingtian had approached Liu Yu and the others since long ago, and he'd clearly heard the words of Liu Yu and the others. He'd originally suspected that it was Liu Yu and the others that leaked the news of the Blackwind Ridge training. Now, Liu Yu and the others had admitted it themselves. So it turns out that Tang Hua and Zhao Ming were found by them. Du and Lingtian, you deal with this matter as you please. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Du and Lingtian's ears, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. It was precisely Kai Ming. Obviously, Kai Ming had heard the conversation of the Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well. Whoosh! As soon as Du and Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed to appear before Liu Yu and the others. Squeak squeak tilde the jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse on Du and Lingtian's shoulder flickered with cold lights as she stared at Liu Yu and the others. Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian. Besides Liu Yu, who was mentally prepared, the expressions of the other 3 Azure Forest Trisect disciples went grim when they saw Du and Lingtian. What they said earlier was heard by Du and Lingtian. Also, this Du and Lingtian actually didn't die. Could it be that the 2 Guardian Elders haven't made a move? Liu Yu, and the 3 of you. You killed my 7-star sword sect disciples that day, and you owe my 7-star sword sect numerous debts of blood. Today, it's time for you to repay it. Du and Lingtian stared coldly at Liu Yu's group of 3 as he spoke indifferently. His tone didn't contain the slightest emotion. However, the killing intent that swept out from Du and Lingtian's body was something that anyone could sense. Along with the terrifying killing intent sweeping out from Du and Lingtian's body, it enveloped Liu Yu's group of 4 and caused their expressions to go grim. Du and Lingtian's killing intent was created from his life of bloodshed in his previous life. How could it be something that Liu Yu's group of 4 could endure? Du and Lingtian, don't forget that we're currently undergoing the tempering of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and there's someone following behind us to record our results. If you dare kill us, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy won't let you off. Liu Yu took a deep breath, and she could feel her heartbeat ceaselessly speeding up. Is that so? Du and Lingtian started laughing. Are you sure that the Dragon and Phoenix Academy won't let me off? Du and Lingtian's words caused Liu Yu's group of 4 to be dazed. Right at this instant, Du and Lingtian attacked. Tempest Point. Du and Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and a material origin energy point force whistled out. Swish. A piercing howl sounded out, and an azure forest trisect disciple by Liu Yu's side directly fell down. A hideous bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and blood flowed out without end. Ah! A fellow disciple of the same sect being suddenly killed shocked Liu Yu's group of 3, and their faces instantly went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian, you really dared to make a move. Liu Yu's voice was slightly trembling. As far as she was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was simply a madman. But in next to no time, when they noticed there wasn't any movement behind them, terror suffused the faces of Liu Yu's group of 3. Where's the Dragon and Phoenix Academy member? Isn't there someone following us to record our results? The 3 of them took the Dragon and Phoenix Academy member that was in charge of recording their results to be their lifesaver. However, that Dragon and Phoenix Academy member didn't make an appearance all along. There's no need to look. The 3 of you dying here today is bound to have died in vain. After the experience ends, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will announce that the Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't listen to advice and trespassed into Blackwind Ridge, and have gone missing henceforth. Duan Lingtian saw Liu Yu's group of 3 looking left and right, and he mocked. The faces of Liu Yu's group of 3 went grim. Swish! Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger once more, and his origin energy point force whistled out to kill another Azure Forest Trisect disciple. Another Azure Forest Trisect disciple was penetrated between his brows, and he died in the same manner as the last Azure Forest Trisect disciple. Duan Lingtian remained expressionless from the beginning until the end when he successively killed 2 Azure Forest Trisect disciples. These 2 Azure Forest Trisect disciples had killed countless 7-star sword sect disciples that day. Today, he only wanted them to pay a debt of blood with blood. Flee. Besides Liu Yu, the remaining Azure Forest Trisect disciple went grim when he saw his 2 senior brothers fall, and he turned around and fled. But would he be able to flee? After all, even Liu Yu couldn't arouse the thought of fleeing now. Because Liu Yu knew that it was impossible for them to flee under Duan Lingtian's nose. Flee? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile when he saw the Azure Forest Trisect disciple turning around and intending to flee into the distance. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, 2 origin energy point forces whistled out and struck the legs of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple. Bang! The body of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple that had 2 bloody holes pierced through his legs trembled before crashing down. He fell beside Liu Yu's feet. Senior sister, save me. The Azure Forest Trisect disciple struggled to stretch out his hand to hug Liu Yu's legs, and he said in panic, Senior sister, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Liu Yu had a bitter expression. Save. Chapter 527. You don't want to die. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at the Azure Forest Trisect disciple that prostrated himself before Liu Yu's feet, and he sneered. Do you think those 7-star sword sect disciples that died at your hands? They wanted to die. The body of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple trembled when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he turned around and prostrated himself before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, let me off. Let me off. I beg you, I beg you. The 7-star sword sect disciples that died at your hands. They were in despair like you at the instant they were killed by you. If there's a next life, remember properly. You'll have to pay for what you did. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Azure Forest Trisect disciple with disgust, then he abruptly raised his hand. Tempest Point. An extremely condensed origin energy point force flashed out. In the next moment, the begging of the Azure Forest Trisect disciple stopped abruptly. Bang! His body fell to the ground, and there was no longer any movement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Liu Yu. Duan Lingtian, even if you kill me now, it's of no use. The 2 guardian elders of our Azure Forest Trisect already know of your whereabouts, and you're dead for sure. Liu Yu realized that a great calamity was about to befall her, and she simply shed all pretenses without any scruples. You're talking about Tang Hue and Zhao Ming? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Tang Hue and Zhao Ming already came looking for me 4 days ago. No. Impossible. The complacent smile on Liu Yu's face instantly froze, then she almost roared. "You're lying to me, you're surely lying to me." As far as she was concerned, if the two guardian elders had come looking for Duan Lingtian 4 days ago, now, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be standing here. She didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words. "Lie to you? Do you think there's a need?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Liu Yu's body shook. "Right. Duan Lingtian seemed to have no need to lie to me, however, she still couldn't figure it out. How did this Duan Lingtian escape this calamity? Unfortunately, Liu Yu would never know." Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's origin energy finger force tore through the sky and entered between Liu Yu's brows as if it was crushing dry leaves. Facing Duan Lingtian, Liu Yu had no power to fight back. Boom! Liu Yu's corpse lay on the ground, her eyes wide open. At this moment, when he recalled the scene when he met Liu Yu for the first time in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Considering that Kai Ming was hiding at the side, Duan Lingtian did not use his pill fire or weapon fire. He casually took out a match and burned the corpses of the 4 Azure Forest Trisect disciples including Liu Yu. Not long after, the 4 of them completely disappeared from this world. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian watched calmly without any emotion in his eyes. Azure Forest Trisect. This is only the beginning. When he recalled the horrifying scene of blood flowing like rivers in the 7-Star Sword sect, the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. "Weisstein Kai, thank you." After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and thanked Kai Ming via voice transmission. If it wasn't for Kai Ming, it would be impossible for him to take revenge for those brothers and sisters that had died today. He remembered this favor in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out. "There are still 8 days of time, I must find the next bandit lair." According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the target of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's training assignment this time, the bandit group, was divided into a total of 9 waves that were scattered all over Blackwind Ridge. They were each led by a leader. The wave of bandits led by the 9th leader was annihilated by Duan Lingtian a few days ago. Besides that, Crazy Young Master had annihilated the wave of bandits led by the 7th leader. Presently, there were still 7 waves of bandits remaining. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's luck wasn't bad. 2 hours later, he encountered a middle-aged man that was entering from outside Blackwind Ridge. The middle-aged man wore the attire of an ordinary villager, had a thin and small figure, and he walked carefully all along the way. There's something strange about this person. Duan Lingtian concealed himself at the side, and his eyes squinted. In his previous life, as a mercenary that walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Duan Lingtian had an especially acute sense of smell towards the smell of blood. Now, he smelled an extremely dense smell of blood on the body of this thin and small middle-aged man. He could be sure that this person that wore the attire of a villager was absolutely not an ordinary villager. What a joke! Just the smell of blood on this person's body was at least created by killing over 100 people. If I'm not wrong, he ought to be a bandit without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he silently followed behind. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder cried out. "Big brother Lingtian, isn't he a villager? Why are you following him?" The little gold mouse had followed Duan Lingtian to gain experience for a period of time, and her experience wasn't inferior to a human, so she recognized the attire of the middle-aged man with a single glance. "Villager?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Little gold, you'll know in a while." Under the little gold mouse's bewildered gaze, Duan Lingtian followed the thin and small middle-aged man through the dense forest. Needless to say, this thin and small middle-aged man was extremely cautious. They went around an entire few rounds before returning. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the thin and small middle-aged man into a small gorge. Weeds grew all around the mountain walls of the small gorge, and some weeds were even taller than a person. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted and he had a surprised expression. Not far away, the thin and small middle-aged man pushed aside the weeds that were taller than a person, then he concealed himself within and vanished. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse cried out and asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, where's he? Let's go. Duan Lingtian used his actions to reply to the little gold mouse. At the place where the thin and small middle-aged man had pushed aside the weeds earlier, he lifted up the weeds before him. A cave passageway that could accommodate a person appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It's really concealed. If I were to look for it myself, I would surely be unable to find this place. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he brought the little gold mouse along and entered the pitch-black cave passageway. Not long after, a small dot of light appeared at the other end of the cave passageway. Along with Duan Lingtian walking forward, the small dot of light grew larger and larger. An exit appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian walked to the exit and looked out. An enormous cave that was brightly lit appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the surroundings of this enormous cave, there were another 50 to 60 small caves, and it was a completely different world. Within the enormous cave, along with the return of the thin and small middle-aged man, a group of people walked out from the various small caves, and all of them looked at him excitedly. Thin monkey, how's the situation outside? A thin old man walked out from a cave at the center, and the old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ear. Sixth leader. The appearance of the old man caused the group of people, including the thin and small middle-aged man, to respectfully greet him. Sixth leader. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone brightly. Although he'd guessed that the thin and small middle-aged man was a member of the bandits, Duan Lingtian never imagined that there was actually a big fish behind the thin and small middle-aged man. Let's see how their cultivations are, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his spiritual force stretched out. After a short moment, under the detection of his spiritual force, the cultivations of the group of bandits were unable to be concealed. The sixth leader of the bandits was a second-level void prying stage martial artist. Besides the sixth leader, there was another first-level void prying stage bandit. As for the others, they were all martial artists below the void prying stage, and they weren't of any threat to Duan Lingtian. Second-level void prying stage martial artist capable of exerting the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. His spirit weapon ought to be a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian started to calculate the strength of his enemies in his heart. When he utilizes a grade 7 spirit weapon, his attack wouldn't exceed the strength of 3,800 ancient mammoths. Whereas my strength is comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and through the amplification of a grade 4 spirit sword, my attack is able to attain the strength of 3,200 ancient mammoths. In terms of force, I'm inferior to him. Whereas in terms of force, unless his comprehended half-step advanced force. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to compare to me. Looking at his age, he probably doesn't have any comprehension ability, and it's not very likely for him to comprehend half-step advanced force. When he thought up to here, a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. In other words, it isn't difficult for me to kill him. Right when Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Sixth leader, it's calm outside, and I didn't notice anything amiss. Besides that, I noticed a village that not only has plenty of food, there are many women as well. As the thin and small middle-aged bandit finished speaking, an evil smile appeared on his face. Women. Instantly, the gazes of the other bandits lit up. Motherfucker, I've held it in for a month, I must sleep with a few more this time. Many bandits wished for nothing more than to slaughter their way into that village right now. Slaughter the village, seize the food, seize the women. Skinny monkey, you've done well. After dealing with that village, I'll let you choose the women inside first. The sixth leader nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, sixth leader. The thin and small middle-aged bandit had an excited expression. The other bandits instead had expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Sixth leader, when are we leaving? A man with a scar on his face spoke with a bright light in his eyes. The sixth leader didn't have the time to reply. All of you don't have to leave. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out, and it resounded throughout the entire cave. Who? The sixth leader was the first to react, and his face went ghastly pale. Right at the instant the sixth leader spoke. Swish. A violet-colored sword light that was difficult to catch tore through the sky like a swift shooting star that tore through the night sky. Pu. The scarred man that asked the sixth leader earlier didn't even have the time to react when his throat was pierced by the sword, and fresh blood splattered out. Dead. The person that attacked was naturally Duan Lingtian. After killing this first-level void prying stage martial artist, only the second-level void prying stage sixth leader remains. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, he heard the sixth leader's panicked and fierce shout. Whirlwind. After Duan Lingtian succeeded, he didn't hesitate in the slightest, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the sixth leader. Duan Lingtian, who exploded out with his entire strength and stepped on half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Instantly, he'd arrived before the sixth leader. You're courting death. The sixth leader was enraged. With a raise of his hand, origin energy raged on the saber, and elementary saber force suffused it. OM. The saber tore through the sky and slashed towards Duan Lingtian. Under the urging of the strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths, the saber's speed was extremely swift. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's sword was even swifter, sword drawing arts. Chapter 528. Swish. A sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed before vanishing. Right at this instant. Above Duan Lingtian, 4,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Within the sword light, besides the white color that belonged to origin energy, there was also a strand of azure and violet. This sword strike of Duan Lingtian's. The Grade 4 Spirit Sword provided an amplification of 60% on the basis of his strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoth. Besides that, half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force endowed Duan Lingtian with the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Added together, it was the strength of 4,200 ancient mammoth. In terms of strength, even stronger than the sixth leader. Most importantly, the sword-drawing arts Duan Lingtian executed now was adept in speed. His strength was stronger than the sixth leader, and coupled with the speed of the sword-drawing arts, the speed of the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand completely crushed the speed of the saber in the sixth leader's hand. Swish. A clear sound echoed out, and the group of bandits present practically didn't see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. Right at this moment. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to the side. Whereas the sixth leader fiercely flashed the saber in his hand towards the place Duan Lingtian stood earlier. But, after Duan Lingtian left, his movement still didn't change in the slightest. Of course, it wasn't that the sixth leader's reaction was slow. Instead, a fine crack had suddenly appeared on the sixth leader's throat, and then dazzling and resplendent fresh blood started to spray out. The blood sprayed all over the ground, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous red roses. Clang. The sixth leader was fiercely dragged out by inertia along with his saber, and he scraped the ground all the way out. After a short moment, the sixth leader lay there completely without any signs of life. Dead. Silence. Within the spacious cave, it was deathly silent. All the bandits were dumbstruck. In the blink of an eye, the strongest amongst them, the sixth leader, and the first-level void prying stage right-hand man by the sixth leader's side had been killed. The scene before their eyes was swift to the point they were unable to react. After a long while, the expressions of the group of mounted bandits changed when they regained their senses. Run! Run! When faced with the violet-clothed young man that killed two void prying stage experts in the blink of an eye, they didn't have the slightest intention to do battle, and they only wanted to leave this place immediately. However, could they escape? Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian swung the Grade 4 Spirit Sword in his hand, the mounted bandits died one by one. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Spare me, my lord. One by one, the bandits begged for mercy. However, the current Duan Lingtian was like a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell, reaping the lives of the horse gang to his heart's content. It didn't take long for the spacious cave to regain its tranquility. All the mounted bandits were dead. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Kai Ming, who had followed Duan Lingtian in and was hiding at the side, finally regained his senses. When the Duan Lingtian killed the sixth master, Duan Lingtian had already killed the sixth master. He guessed that the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand might be a grade 4 spirit sword, but he didn't dare confirm it. After all, a grade 4 spirit sword was too shocking. Normally speaking, grade 4 weapons craftsmen were only present in the dynasties. Moreover, they were extremely rare. Duan Lingtian knows a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Kai Ming's heart shook greatly, and he secretly gasped. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian possessed a grade 4 spirit sword, it also meant that his relationship with the grade 4 weapons craftsman wasn't bad. I originally thought he was only a 7-star sword sect disciple. But I never imagined that he'd be related to a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Kai Ming sighed in his heart. Vice-Dean Kai, please count the spoils. After collecting all the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Kai Ming at the first possible moment. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left the cave and followed the cave passageway to arrive outside the cave. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a rush to leave. He counted the spoils of the battle as he waited for Kai Ming. First, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring of the bandit's 6th leader. Similar to the 9th leader's spatial ring, there were many gold and silver bills within it. However, these weren't too tempting to Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a dark green pearl within the 6th leader's spatial ring. The reason this pearl was noticed by Duan Lingtian was entirely because when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the pearl, a faint spiritual force fluctuation was emitted from the pearl. Of course, the spiritual force fluctuation within the pearl was ownerless. What's going on? Not only that, Duan Lingtian also noticed. When his spiritual force touched the dark green pearl, the spiritual force within it actually gradually fused into his spiritual force and ceaselessly strengthened his spiritual force. What exactly is this pearl? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He wanted to see if there were any records related to this pearl. Soul pearl? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found records related to this pearl. The soul pearl was an existence similar to a spirit fruit. Generally speaking, if one used a special method to collect the moonlight energy, then after a few tens of years, there would be a chance to condense it into a soul pearl. The moonlight energy was the energy of the moon at night. The soul pearl came from the pure moonlight energy, and the spiritual force contained within it could easily fuse into the spiritual force of a human. Generally speaking, there are many methods to collect the moonlight energy and condense it into a soul pearl, and an inscription formation is one of them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. It was precisely because of this that the reincarnation Emperor Wu knew of the existence of the soul pearl. When the reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he'd once used an inscription formation to collect the moonlight energy and condense it into a soul pearl before bestowing it to his personal disciple. The soul pearl was able to improve one's spiritual force. Although the effect wasn't great, it wouldn't be like a spirit fruit, where the medicinal effect would gradually decrease after consuming it many times. So long as one possessed sufficient soul pearls, one could allow one's spiritual force to constantly improve. Of course, a heaven-defying thing like the soul pearl still had a limit. The soul pearl could at most improve the spiritual force of martial artists and demon beasts below the martial monarch stage. Once one's spiritual force stepped into the martial monarch stage, the soul pearl would no longer have any effect. My spiritual force has broken through? When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he noticed that his spiritual force had actually broken through. He'd broken through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Although it was only a breakthrough in his spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was still overjoyed. Although the soul pearl has slightly different characteristics from a spirit fruit. But in terms of the subsequent advancement in the spiritual force level, it's no different to a spirit fruit. In the future, once my cultivation breaks through to the 2nd level of the void prying stage, my spiritual force will be pushed to the 4th level of the void prying stage. It'll always maintain 2 levels higher than my cultivation. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the soul pearl. Presently, the dark green soul pearl had become a crystalline and translucent crystal pearl. Right at this moment. Slap. The crystal pearl was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, and it instantly shattered into pieces before vanishing without a trace. As a miraculous thing that's capable of improving the spiritual force of a void transformation stage expert, the effect of the soul pearl is really not great. My spiritual force was only at the first level of the void prying stage earlier, and after consuming a soul pearl, it actually advanced to the third level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He could imagine that the higher the level of one's spiritual force, the more soul pearls one would have to absorb to break through. I wonder where the sixth young master obtained the soul orb. Duan Lingtian noticed. There was only a soul pearl within the sixth leader's spatial ring. This caused him to be unable to help but be slightly disappointed. However, my spiritual force advancing to the third level of the void prying stage can be considered to be a pleasant surprise. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he was too greedy. With my current spiritual force, so long as I don't encounter the first leader of the bandits. Then even if it's a third-level void prying stage martial artist, so long as it isn't an inscription master, I'll be able to easily obtain victory with my soul skill, Thousand Illusion. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Right at this moment, Kai Ming walked out from within the cave. Weisstein Kai, how many points did this wave of bandits give me? Duan Lingtian looked at Kai Ming and asked. Kai Ming looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a freak, and he said after a short moment, 236 points. When added together with the previous points, it's 378 points. 378 points. Duan Lingtian nodded. Continue. When he saw Duan Lingtian walking out, Kai Ming followed. Weisstein Kai, you, Duan Lingtian noticed that Kai Ming didn't conceal himself, and he couldn't help but be slightly curious. At the same time, he noticed that Kai Ming seemed to have something that was difficult to speak of. Weisstein Kai, speak frankly if you have something to say. Duan Lingtian smiled. He owed Kai Ming a favor, and he remembered it in his heart. As far as he was concerned, if he had the chance to repay this favor as soon as possible, then his heart would be slightly more comfortable. He wasn't willing to owe favors. Kai Ming took a deep breath and asked, Duan Lingtian, you used a grade 4 spirit sword earlier? I thought Weisstein Kai had something to say. Yes, I did indeed use a grade 4 spirit sword earlier. Duan Lingtian nodded. You know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Kai Ming stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was unable to move in the slightest, as if it had taken root and sprouted on Duan Lingtian. We can be considered to know each other. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Considered to know each other? Kai Ming was stunned. How could Kai Ming have imagined that the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was refined by Duan Lingtian himself? Whereas the grade 4 weapons craftsman he spoke of was Duan Lingtian himself. Weisstein Kai. Duan Lingtian discerned that Kai Ming was interested in a grade 4 spirit weapon, so he went straight to the point. If you're interested in a grade 4 spirit weapon, I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. Take it as returning the favor I owe you. Of course, Weisstein Kai has to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Lingtian added in the end. I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. At this moment, only these words remained in Kai Ming's ears, and they ceaselessly reverberated in his mind. Gradually, Kai Ming's face flushed red as he asked. Really? Weisstein Kai, why would I lie to you? Chapter 529. Duan Lingtian. You said it's an amplification of 60%. Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's words caused Kai Ming's body to tremble as he shuddered, and he had an expression of disbelief. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 60%. That was a grade 4 spirit weapon that was the best amongst the best. Even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, it was an existence that could be called a precious treasure. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The grade 4 spirit weapons refined by that weapons refinement grandmaster are basically capable of attaining an amplification of 60%. But, Weisstein Kai, are you sure you want to use the favor I owe you on this grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian looked at Kai Ming and asked. Kai Ming went silent when he heard this. After a short moment, He took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After we return from this experience, Vice Dean Kai, tell me what spirit weapon you want to refine. At that time, I'll contact that weapon's refinement grandmaster and tailor a grade 4 spirit weapon for you. Of course, only when I see that weapon's refinement grandmaster would I know what materials are required to refine your spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was extremely happy that he was able to repay the favor he owed Kai Ming so easily. As for the matter of him being a grade 4 alchemist, he didn't mention it. After all, that was too unbelievable. All right. Kai Ming nodded, and his face flushed red from excitement. Give me the list of materials at that time, and I'll be responsible for finding it for you. It wasn't that Kai Ming hadn't thought of the value of the favor Duan Lingtian owed him in the future. But the temptation of a grade 4 spirit weapon was truly too great. He was unable to endure the temptation. Of course. Many years later, every time Kai Ming thought of the decision he made today, he would be extremely regretful. All of this was a story for later. Duan Lingtian left the gorge and continued searching forward. Days passed by day by day. There were still 3 days left until the end of the experience. Whereas Duan Lingtian's mission points were still fixed at 378 points. Presently, the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, is in the lead this time. Luo Zhan's points are 462 points. Behind him was the sword young master, Chen Xiao Shui, with 422 points. Flame young master Zhong Yang, 406 points, ranked third. Kai Ming's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ear. You're currently ranked fourth. No matter if it's crazy young master, sword young master, or flame young master, they've all annihilated 2 groups of bandits just like you. Kai Ming added. Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment, then sighed, as expected of one of the 5 great young masters, he's really not simple. Duan Lingtian, you're actually not bad compared to them. You know nothing about the Black Wind Ridge. As for the 3 of them, they often fought with the beasts in the Black Wind Ridge to temper themselves. Kai Ming said, so, their understanding of Black Wind Ridge far surpasses yours. This is also the reason why they were able to find 2 groups of bandits. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Even though there were no demon beasts in Blackwind Ridge, fierce beasts gathered there. All along the way, fierce beasts that died at his hands could be found everywhere. But unfortunately, no matter how formidable a fierce beast was, it wasn't even worth a single point. If one wanted points, one must kill bandits. I, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master have each annihilated 2 groups of bandits. Then wouldn't the others have no points? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. How could this be possible? Kai Ming shook his head. The others have killed many bandits that were alone as well. Not everyone has the courage like all of you, daring to directly attack the enemy and enter the bandit's lair to slaughter. That Chai Jin similarly found a bandit's lair. But unfortunately, he was extremely unfortunate, as the leader of that bandit's lair was a 2nd-level void prying stage martial artist. Kai Ming said, in the end, he was almost killed. Fortunately, our people saved him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chai Jin. He'd fought Chai Jin before and knew that even though Chai Jin was a 1st-level void prying stage martial artist, he hadn't comprehended force. He was a 1st-level void prying stage martial artist with a strength that was at the bottom. But that Chai Jin was indeed unfortunate. According to the rules of the experience this time, he was saved by someone and escaped with his life, so his points will be cleared to 0. Duan Lingtian felt sorrow for Chai Jin. Vice Dean Kai, could it be that the remaining group of bandits is led by the first leader of the bandits? Duan Lingtian asked. Exactly. Kai Ming replied, then reminded. Duan Lingtian, Crazy Young Master Luo Zhan and Flame Young Master Zhong Yang have already found the location of the first leader of the bandits and the group of bandits under him. But they're unwilling to join forces, so they've always been in a stalemate in the shadows. After all, if they join forces, then even if they kill the first leader of the bandits, the points would be split equally. Of course, most importantly, even if they join forces, they don't have the confidence to kill the first leader of the bandit. Kai Ming's words caused Duan Lingtian's body to shake. Crazy Young Master and Flame Young Master have already found the hiding place of the first leader of the bandits. Looks like I have to make the best use of my time. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally found the hiding place of the first leader of the bandits. Presently, outside the gorge where the first leader of the bandits was hiding. Besides Duan Lingtian, there were also Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master that were hiding. Besides Chai Jin, amongst all the Void Prying Stage Hall students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, all the other Void Prying Stage Hall students were present. The other Void Prying Stage Hall students were gathered together. We can't do it like this. There's still one more day before the experience this time ends. When he saw Duan Lingtian arriving late, Sword Young Master Chen Xiaoshui spoke out to break the silence. If the first leader of the bandits is a 4th level Void Prying Stage martial artist, then unless the 4 of us join forces, otherwise, it's utterly impossible to kill her. Crazy Young Master Luo Zhon spoke out as well. I have no objections. Flame Young Master Zhong Yang spoke out as well. In next to no time, the gazes of the 3 descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 3 of them and shrugged. Sorry, I'm not interested. Not interested. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 3 of them to be stunned. Flame Young Master's face sank. Duan Lingtian, even if the 4 of us have one less person than the first leader of the bandits, I'm afraid it's still difficult to take him down. Even if the 4 of us make a move, we don't have complete certainty. If you don't join forces with us, then even if the experience ends, the first leader of the bandits will surely still be alive and well. At that time, it's extremely likely that the Academy will judge us as having failed the assignment. Assignment failure. Flame Young Master's words caused the expressions of Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master to become serious. If the Dragon and Phoenix Academy really judged the assignment as a failure because the first leader of the bandits wasn't dead, then their earlier actions would be taken to be useless. Not to mention seizing the void refining fruit. I know there's some conflict between us. But at this time, I hope you won't be narrow-minded. Flame Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a fierce gaze. Narrow-minded? Duan Lingtian started laughing as he glanced deeply at Zhong Yang. Flame Young Master, you're thinking too highly of yourself. The reason I didn't join forces with the 2 of you isn't because of the conflict between us. It's because I feel there's no need. I alone am sufficient to annihilate the first leader of the bandit. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with confidence. It caused the expressions of Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master to freeze. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the doubtful gazes of the 3 of them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. The facts would prove everything. Swoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian moved. He flashed into the gorge that the first leader of the bandits and his group of bandits were hiding in. Swoosh. Subsequently, a figure followed up, and it was precisely the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming. That Duan Lingtian is simply courting death. Flame Young Master had an expression of disdain when he saw Duan Lingtian had really charged in. I'll go take a look as well. Sword Young Master's figure flashed out and followed up. Crazy Young Master followed closely behind. I want to properly watch the scene of Duan Lingtian being saved by Vice Dean Kai from the hands of the first leader of the bandits. At that time, Duan Lingtian's points will be cleared to 0. Flame Young Master followed up with an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. He'd never thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill the first leader of the bandits. Even though Duan Lingtian had fought him to a tie that day. But he didn't utilize his force and spirit weapon at that time. As far as he was concerned, perhaps his force was inferior to Duan Lingtian. However, his strength was on par with Duan Lingtian's strength and force when they were added together. Whereas as the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, he possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon. This was something that was difficult for Duan Lingtian to attain. After Duan Lingtian entered the gorge, he noticed that besides Vice Dean Kai, Crazy Young Master's group of 3 had followed up as well. He couldn't help but frown. Vice Dean Kai, if I kill the first leader of the bandits, Would crazy young master's group of 3 be able to reap the benefits and slaughter those little bandits? Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Kai Ming, who was concealed at the side. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Perhaps the mission points of a single bandit wasn't much, but when added together, it was undoubtedly an extremely considerable amount. Just like Duan Lingtian's current 378 points. Amongst these points, the 3 void prying stage martial artists had only given him 60 points. The remaining points were all given to him by those little bandits. Even if it's the first leader of the bandits, he only has 200 points. Perhaps it isn't even as much as the group of little bandits under him added together, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He didn't wish for someone to reap the benefits of another bandit. Logically speaking, their actions aren't considered to have gone against the rules. If you have the confidence to kill the first leader of the bandits, then try your best to kill more bandits with slightly stronger strengths. Kai Ming replied via voice transmission. Although he felt it was inconceivable that Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge the first leader of the bandits by himself. But when he thought of Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness, slight anticipation arose in his heart. I can only do this. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he obtained the answer. Kill. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a gale that swept towards the few little bandits that were near the gorge's entrance. As expected of a nest of bandits that was led by the first leader. Amongst these little bandits, there was 1 half-step void stage martial artist and 2 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. These little bandits only reacted when Duan Lingtian appeared before them. They instantly attacked Duan Lingtian. Chapter 530. But unfortunately, their speeds were utterly not worth mentioning when compared to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! With only a single sword strike, Duan Lingtian annihilated these bandits. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian charged into the gorge. The bandits within the gorge were all alarmed. Kill him! Kill! The bandits' eyes went red as they charged towards Duan Lingtian without any regard for their lives. The saber in his hand skyrocketed with origin energy as it fiercely flashed out. But unfortunately, no matter how many people there were, they were bound to become dead souls under Duan Lingtian's sword. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. These words were precisely describing the current Duan Lingtian. Kill. 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like the scythe of the god of death, the brush of life and death of a judge. Every time he attacked, he would take the life of a bandit or a few bandit. Not long after, less than half of the bandits within the gorge were killed by Duan Lingtian. Because of Kai Ming's reminder. Practically all the bandits Duan Lingtian killed were at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Amongst them, there were even 3 first-level void prying stage elite bandits. Relying on his spiritual force to determine the cultivation of the group of bandits, the entire process was extremely easy. After a short moment, the strongest amongst the remaining group of bandits was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. These bandits were terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point of being terrified, and they retreated successively. Right at this moment. Who is it? Within a cave within the gorge, a swift figure dashed out. In the sky, 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with the figure. Waves of vast and boundless aura were emitted from the body of the person that arrived. These auras were precisely the strands of earthen yellow-colored energy that originated from the origin energy on the person's body. Earth Force. 5th level of the void prying stage. Half-step advanced Earth Force. The person drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian could already see the strength of the person without using his spiritual power. Soon, a bearded man in a grey robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that this person ought to be the first leader of the bandits. When the bearded man saw the corpses on the ground, his eyes turned red. Then, he glared at Duan Lingtian and roared, "Brat, you killed my brother. You deserve to die." Yet now, the expression of Kai Ming, who was concealed in the shadows, went grim. 5th level of the void prying stage. This bandit leader has actually broken through. The breakthrough of the bandit leader was beyond his expectations. Although, even if the bandit leader had broken through, it was nothing in his eyes, but for Du and Lingtian, it was undoubtedly more difficult. Now, he had already accumulated his strength and was ready to make a move at any moment to save Du and Lingtian. In this way, Du and Lingtian's points would be reset to 0, and he might even miss the void refining fruit. But this was still better than being killed. Only by living would there be hope. 5th level of the void prying stage. The expressions of Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, who were concealed in the shadows like Kai Ming, went grim. They originally thought that the bandit leader was only at the 4th level of the void prying stage, so they aroused the thought of joining forces with each other. But now, when they saw the bandit leader reveal a cultivation at the 5th level of the void prying stage, they were completely dumbstruck. At the same time, traces of coldness arose in their hearts for no reason or rhyme. As far as they were concerned, since the bandit leader was at the 5th level of the void prying stage, then even if they joined forces with Du and Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to be a match for the bandit leader. At that time, they might even be on the verge of death and ask the person responsible for registering the results to make a move. Whereas their points would be reset to 0. Du and Lingtian, I really have to thank you for protecting my points. Flame Young Master's eyes flashed, and he slightly took pleasure in Du and Lingtian's misfortune. But in the next moment, he was dumbstruck. In his field of vision, the bandit leader's figure moved, and he went berserk as he attacked Du and Lingtian. In the sky, 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Right at this moment, the 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and they instantly dispersed at the same time and vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the bandit leader's figure stopped halfway and was stunned on the ground. Whoosh! In next to no time, he saw Du and Lingtian attack. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, Du and Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and a piercing howl sounded out. Origin Energy Finger Force flashed out from the tip of his finger, and half-step Advanced Wind Force and half-step Advanced Lightning Force suffused it. Swish! Swish! Merely a single finger penetrated the throat of the bandit leader. Subsequently, bang! A bloody hole appeared on the throat of the bandit leader, and his entire body crashed down. You! He struggled to raise his head and point at Du and Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. The bandit leader struggled for a moment before his head fiercely fell down, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Du and Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at the scene before him, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Big brother Lingtian, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's exhausted voice transmission sounded out by Du and Lingtian's ears. Rest well. Du and Lingtian replied and rubbed the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Only he knew. The reason he was able to kill the bandit leader was all because of the little gold mouse's contribution. At the critical moment, the little gold mouse executed the soul skill, Soul Shaker, in a timely manner, causing the bandit leader to be instantly dazed and give him an opportunity to take advantage of. At the instant he was affected by the little gold mouse's soul skill, Soul Shaker, it was equivalent to the bandit leader losing all his defenses. He'd become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, a fish on the chopping block. With a single finger, Du and Lingtian killed him. This, Kai Ming's eyes stared wide open. Even though he had a trace of hope in his heart, and felt that perhaps Du and Lingtian would bring him a pleasant surprise. But he never imagined that this pleasant surprise would be so shocking. A 5th-level void prying stage expert. Du and Lingtian didn't even use a spirit sword or force, and only a pure finger force of origin energy had killed him. He saw it clearly. Du and Lingtian's finger force was only comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Using the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths to kill a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced earth force, if he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, he wouldn't be willing to believe that all this was true even if he was beaten to death. As for the Saber Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, they were completely dumbstruck. The same thought arose within the hearts of the 3 of them at the first possible moment. Was this AF*King act? Otherwise, Why would the first leader of the bandits suddenly stop moving and disperse the origin energy in his body? The scene from before caused them to feel disbelief. After a short moment, Crazy Young Master was the first to react, and he pounced towards the remaining bandits. There were still many bandits that remained. Du and Lingtian had only killed less than half of the bandits earlier. After Crazy Young Master made a move, Sword Young Master and Flame Young Master reacted as well, and they pounced towards the bandits successively. For a time, the shrill cries of the group of bandits sounded out without end, rising and falling continuously. Only Du and Lingtian turned around and walked out with slight disinterest. He allowed Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master to carry out a one-sided slaughter of the group of bandits. Du and Lingtian, aren't you afraid they'll surpass you? Kai Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Du and Lingtian's actions. After all, although these were all bandits, they had the advantage in numbers. We'll talk about it after they surpass me. Du and Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. At the beginning, Kai Ming didn't understand the meaning behind Du and Lingtian's words. In next to no time, he came to an understanding. He noticed to his astonishment. The strongest amongst the group of bandits that Crazy Young Master's group of 3 had killed was actually only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, when all the bandits had died at the hands of Crazy Young Master's group of 3. Kai Ming's heart shook. Could it be that Du and Lingtian killed all the bandits at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and above? This absurd thought abruptly emerged within his heart. In the chaotic battle earlier, many bandits didn't have the time to make a move. It was difficult for him to imagine. Under such circumstances, Du and Lingtian was still able to kill all the bandits at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and above. At this moment, he knew that Du and Lingtian was the well-deserved number 1 in the experience mission this time. They're actually all below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Flame Young Master's expression was unsightly, and he fiercely glanced at the distant Du and Lingtian. This Du and Lingtian's luck is really good. All the bandits with high cultivations were actually killed by him. During the experience mission this time, the lower the cultivation of the bandits killed, the lesser the points obtained. Especially bandits that hadn't even stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, they were even cheaper. Luck. Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master disapproved when they heard Zhong Yang. They didn't feel that this was Du and Lingtian's luck. At this moment, the two of them looked at Du and Lingtian with gazes that were filled with fear. They knew. Du and Lingtian was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. The leader of the bandits was a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist. Moreover, he was a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced earth force. Before Du and Lingtian, he actually didn't even have the chance to make a move. At that instant, the leader of the bandits suddenly seemed as if he'd lost his soul, and he was at the mercy of Du and Lingtian. In next to no time, the two of them seemed to have thought of something at the same time, and they glanced at each other. Could it be that it's Du and Lingtian's demonic technique? Looks like Flute Fairy wasn't putting on an act with Du and Lingtian that day. Perhaps Du and Lingtian really knows demonic techniques. Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master communicated via voice transmission, and they quickly confirmed this fact. After all, the scene just now was truly inconceivable. If one looked at it according to conventional logic, that scene was something that was practically impossible to occur. So they could only determine that it was a demonic technique executed by Du and Lingtian. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that Du and Lingtian had executed a demonic technique. It was just that they didn't believe it the last time. This time, they had no choice but to believe it. At the instant that the leader of the bandits lost his soul, there wasn't a fluctuation of an inscription. In other words, Du and Lingtian didn't utilize an inscription. Kai Ming's heart shook. Could it be that he really knows demonic techniques? He'd seen the scene of Flute Fairy, Zi Yang, losing her composure in the inner hall that day. At that time, just like the others, he didn't believe that Du and Lingtian knew demonic techniques. But now. Chapter 531. No matter what Kai Ming and the others thought, Duan Lingtian had indeed killed the first leader of the bandits, who was at the 5th level of the void prying stage. Even though the process was strange, they were unable to discern that Duan Lingtian had relied on external forces. Once the first leader of the bandits died, the remaining bandits were only scattered troops that were scattered all over the place, and they were unable to stir up any trouble. In next to no time, the experience this time had officially come to an end. The group of students once again gathered outside Blackwind Ridge and prepared to return to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the Imperial City. Where's the Azure Forest Trisects Liu Yu and the others? In next to no time, some students noticed that someone was missing. Besides the few disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect, all the people present were present. It's true. Liu Yu and the others have vanished. Many students exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he imperceptibly glanced at Kai Ming. You're in charge of recording the results of Liu Yu's group of 4. What's going on? Kai Ming looked at a black-clothed middle-aged man and asked with a low voice. The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. Vice Dean, early in the morning, those Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't listen to my advice and randomly trespassed into Blackwind Ridge. I didn't follow them. Kai Ming frowned and said with a low voice, go look for them with a few others. Yes. The few black-clothed middle-aged men left together. These black-clothed middle-aged men were all people that followed the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students into Blackwind Ridge and were in charge of recording the results of the experience of the various students. Let's return first. Under Kai Ming's call, Duan Lingtian's group left Blackwind Ridge and headed towards the Imperial City. All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to notice gazes that descended onto him from time to time. Besides the Vice Dean, Kai Ming, the owners of these gazes were Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Flute Fairy. Especially Flute Fairy, Zi Yang, the gaze she looked at him with was slightly complicated. Duan Lingtian was able to guess it. Perhaps Flute Fairy already knew of the matter of him killing the first leader of the bandits. Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. Flute Fairy did indeed already know of this matter. It was Flame Young Master, Zhong Yang, who told her via voice transmission. His demonic technique is actually able to assist him in killing the first leader of the bandits at the 5th level of the void prying stage. Flute Fairy's heart shook. Flute Fairy was shocked to find out. Although she wasn't the only member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy that acknowledged that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Flute. The stronger Duan Lingtian's strength was, the more dangerous her brother, Zither Young Master, was. After all, her brother's goal was precisely to break open Duan Lingtian's demonic technique and defeat Duan Lingtian. Flute leaders flutes flute young flute ling to young. Of flute flube to return, flute to the to be to return to the end to a end, they return to the flute to a. Besides the 4 people from the Azure Forest Trisect, all the students were gathered at the square at the center of the academy. Presently, the Vice Dean, Kai Ming, stood before the group and held a small book in his hand. Everyone's results were recorded on it. Presently, besides Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Flute Fairy, the others looked at Kai Ming with an expression of anticipation. They wanted to know who exactly obtained the first place in the mission this time. After all, the person that obtained the first place in the mission this time would be able to obtain a void refining fruit. I wonder which void prying stage inner hall student obtained the first place. In any case, it's surely not Chai Jin. You've heard of Chai Jin as well? Of course. Presently, I'm afraid there aren't many people present that don't know that Chai Jin accidentally entered the lair of bandits and almost died at the hands of the 5th leader of the bandits. Chai Jin is truly unfortunate. Almost 100 points were wasted just like this. Many outer hall students discussed animatedly. Chai Jin stood amongst the inner hall students, and when he heard these ear-piercing whispers, he was angered to the point his body trembled and his expression was extremely unsightly. At this moment, he felt ashamed to the point of being unable to show his face. As a void prying stage inner hall student, he'd obtained a 0 in the mission this time. He was bound to be a joke. This time, everyone's performance wasn't bad. Besides some people that didn't listen to advice and trespassed into Blackwind Ridge, Kai Ming spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, an expression of rage appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbstruck when he saw this scene. If Liu Yu and the others were able to hear what Kai Ming said now, then even if they were on the path to hell, they would probably explode from rage, right? Vice-Dean Kai, calm your anger. There's no need to get angry because of a few people that didn't abide by the rules. Many students persuaded Kai Ming. Kai Ming's expression gradually eased up. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but sigh with emotion. This Vice-Dean Kai really knows how to act. Just from the surface, not the slightest flaw could be discerned. If it wasn't for him being the person involved, perhaps he would have been deceived. The person that obtained the first place in the mission this time has already appeared. Kai Ming spoke once more, and when he spoke of a critical point, he paused for a moment. He'd successfully drawn the gazes of everyone. The person that obtained the first place in the mission has obtained 736 points. It's precisely the inner hall student, Duan Lingtian. Kai Ming announced in one breath. Instantly, including Crazy Young Master and the others that were mentally prepared since long ago, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. 736 points. Ranked first. As expected, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. 736 points. This Duan Lingtian is really abnormal. Yeah. I worked together with the members of my small team and worked desperately to gather 32 points, and it's even team points. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, obtained 736 points single-handedly. As expected of a rare genius martial artist of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, sounds of praise rose and fell one after another. The gazes that the numerous outer hall students looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian was only slightly stronger than them, and they had the chance to catch up, they would arouse feelings of jealousy towards Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian's accomplishments were something that they were unable to catch up to. So they only had reverence when facing Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was already extremely monstrous. After consuming the void refining fruit this time, I wonder how strong he'll become. Yeah. At that time, Duan Lingtian might be able to obtain the opportunity to head to the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties on the stage of the Darkstone Empire. If he's really able to advance to the Dark Han dynasty, then our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would gain face. At the same time that many outer hall students whispered in discussion, they had expressions of anticipation. As for the others, so long as they have points, they can head to the Roving Dragon Hall to exchange for various cultivation methods, martial skills, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and so on and so forth. At that time, your points will be announced on the notice board at the entrance of the Roving Dragon Hall. As Kai Ming spoke up to hear, he waved his hand. Disperse. The crowd of students dispersed successively. For a time, only Kai Ming and Duan Lingtian remained. Duan Lingtian, I'll make a trip to the Imperial Palace to get the void refining fruit. I'll pass it to you in the afternoon. Kai Ming said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice-Dean Kai. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked. Vice-Dean Kai, may I know what grade 4 spirit weapon you want? Grade 4 spirit weapon. Kai Ming's gaze burned, and with a raise of his hand, a glove appeared in his hand, grade 6 spirit weapon. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the grade of this spirit weapon glove. The glove was dark gray in color, and its material was special and extremely extraordinary. If it's possible, please tell that weapon's refinement master to help me refine a grade 4 spirit weapon according to this glove. Kai Ming passed the glove in his hand to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll go look for that weapon's refinement master in a few days and see what materials he needs. I'll be troubling you. Kai Ming lightly smiled, then bid his farewells before turning and leaving. When he left, Kai Ming's face revealed slight excitement. Although he was a revered elder of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, he only possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 38% amplification. Now, he had the chance to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 60% amplification. This caused him to be overjoyed. So long as he changed his spirit weapon, His strength would be able to increase by the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. What sort of concept was that? After Kai Ming left, Duan Lingtian returned to the inner hall. He'd only just entered the inner hall when he noticed a burning gaze. It was precisely the flame young master, Zhong Yang. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhong Yang had left his courtyard and walked over to look at him. I'm extremely interested in that void refining fruit. State a price. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, then raised his head to look at Zhong Yang and said indifferently, I'm extremely interested in the void refining fruit as well. If you're able to find another one for me, then casually state a price as well. Zhong Yang's face sank, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. If there's nothing else, then don't block my way. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to be slightly cold and fierce. Zhong Yang's heart jerked. Only now did he recall the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the first leader of the bandits in Blackwind Ridge this morning. This Duan Lingtian was even capable of killing a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist. At this moment, no matter how unwilling Zhong Yang was, he could only move to the side. After the first leader of the bandits was killed by Duan Lingtian this morning, he knew that he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian had already shown mercy when they fought the other day. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian executed that demonic technique, he would probably be completely crushed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Looks like Little Gold is really tired. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he grabbed the little gold mouse that lay on his shoulder and lightly placed it on the table. It's all thanks to Little Gold today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to kill the first leader of the bandit. I truly never imagined that the first leader of the bandits was actually a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene this morning. Chapter 532. After all, the little gold mouse's current spiritual force was only at the 1st level of the void initiation stage. The restriction was extremely great. That afternoon, Kai Ming came to Duan Lingtian's door and sent the void refining fruit to him. The void refining fruit was completely milky white, crystalline, and translucent. Just a glance at it caused one to covet it. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, and after he consumed the void refining fruit, he consumed a void strengthening pill before starting to cultivate. Along with the medicinal strength of the void refining fruit and void strengthening pill fusing into his body, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body ceaselessly strengthened. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WM Form. Duan Lingtian circulated his mental cultivation method, and the origin energy in his body ceaselessly strengthened and advanced, as if it would never know exhaustion. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation as well. It wasn't long before his cultivation at the 1st level of the void prying stage had arrived at the limit bottleneck. After that, it was to charge through the bottleneck. Step into the 2nd level of the void prying stage. After breaking through to the 2nd level of the void prying stage, the medicinal strength of the void refining fruit and void strengthening pill was still strong, and it fused with Duan Lingtian's origin energy to continue circulating with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Lightning WRM form. After an unknown amount of time. Only when Duan Lingtian felt the origin energy in his body, had a feeling of being saturated, did he stop cultivating. More haste, less speed. At the same time, he was able to clearly sense it. There were still many remnants of the void refining fruit's medicinal strength that were hidden within his dantian. Whereas the medicinal strength of the void strengthening pill was completely absorbed. Once I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void refining fruit, I ought to be able to break through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage in a short period of time, or even higher. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. My spiritual force has broken through a level along with the breakthrough of my cultivation. Presently, my spiritual force is still 2 levels higher than my cultivation, 4th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. It had to be said that they had gained a lot this time. Creak. Creak tilde tilde a wave of cries sounded out by his ears, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the little gold mouse had already awoken at an unknown time. Brother Lingtian, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was exceedingly urgent. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He got off the bed, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard. I'll ask them to prepare some delicacies for us. Speaking of which, I'm hungry too. Whoosh. The little gold mouse transformed into a ray of golden light and firmly landed on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse ate the delicious delicacies. At this time, Duan Lingtian asked the staff about the time. The answer he received was out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. I actually cultivated for 10 days. In other words, I can go out now. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian thought of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Rong. According to the agreement between him and Luo Rong, he would guide Luo Rong in the Tao of weapons refinement every month. Little Gold, quickly finish eating. We're going out for a stroll. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse nodded excitedly and started wolfing down the food. After a short moment, she'd completely cleaned out the 2 delicacies. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. After leaving this time, Duan Lingtian felt refreshed. It wasn't only because his cultivation and spiritual force had broken through, but it was mostly because he noticed that no one was following him. There's still plenty of time, let's walk around the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian knew clearly. Presently, the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect had been tricked into the inscription formation by him. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect ought to not make any big moves against him in a short period of time. So he had no scruples. Squeak squeak tilde suddenly, the little gold mouse cried out and asked curiously via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, where's this place? It smells so good. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and sized up the luxurious building before her with interest. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw 3 large words on the signboard. Spring Night Pavilion. Presently, there was a group of young women with heavy makeup at the entrance of the Spring Night Pavilion, and they were ceaselessly pulling the passers-by that passed by. There was a common point in their target. All of them were men. Duan Lingtian naturally guessed where this place was. This was the Flower House, the land of fireworks for men to seek pleasure. Spring Night Pavilion. This name is rather similar to the Black Armor City's Spring Wind Pavilion. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. At that time, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Aurora City. For the sake of obtaining a spot in Paladin Academy, he joined the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. During his days in the Genius Camp, he'd passed through various tests along the way. In the end, the final test he faced was to go to the neighboring Black Armor City and sow discord between the Black Armor Army and the Lian clan. At that time, he'd precisely utilized the weakness of the lecherous only son of the Black Armor Army's commander to successfully complete the mission. Genius Camp. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. As he recalled the scenes from that year, it seemed as if it was only yesterday. But in reality, many years had passed. Young master, have you come to have fun? You're so handsome, how about I stick to you? A young woman with heavy makeup walked out from the Spring Night Pavilion and walked towards Duan Lingtian, and she smiled charmingly as she wanted to grab Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his figure moved to dodge the young woman. If you're not here to have fun, then what are you daydreaming at the entrance of our Spring Night Pavilion for? Move aside. The young woman frowned as she snorted. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to fuss about it with her, and he turned around with the intention of leaving. Right at this moment. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian only heard a wave of piercingly cold wind sound out from behind him. Subsequently, slap. A clear sound of a slap resounded out. Chen Xiaoye, you. Why did you hit me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the voice of the arrogant young woman from before. But, the voice of the young woman now revealed humility that came from the bottom of her heart. Bit. Do you know who he is? Are you even qualified to mock him? Subsequently, A familiar voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was originally intending to leave, heard this voice, and his body stopped before turning around. With a single glance, he saw Sword Young Master, Chen Shaoshui, whose clothes were disheveled. Presently, there was a pretty and pleasant young woman hanging on Sword Young Master's body. This young woman was countless times more beautiful than the young woman with heavy makeup. The expression of the young woman with heavy makeup went pale when she heard Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master, who is this young master? I'm extremely curious. The young woman that held Chen Shaoshui's neck and hung on Sword Young Master asked in a light voice. His surname is Duan, what do you think? Sword Young Master lowered his head and kissed the young woman on the cheek. Duan? The young woman's face froze when she heard this, and she said in astonishment after a short moment, could it be that he's the Seven-Star Sword Sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian? The publicly acknowledged most monstrous genius martial artist in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Exactly. Sword Young Master lightly nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since you've come to the entrance of the Spring Night Pavilion, do you want to go in and have some fun? I'll treat you, how about it? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Sword Young Master, I appreciate your good intentions. I don't really like this sort of place. Sword Young Master glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Subsequently, Sword Young Master's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen, and he asked with deep meaning. Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be that you can't do it, right? F***K off. Duan Lingtian said angrily, you're the one who can't do it. You control yourself. Be careful of exhausting your body and affecting your cultivation. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, and he didn't pay any further attention to Sword Young Master. However, the coincidental encounter today had imperceptibly closed the distance between the two of them. After the young woman with heavy makeup found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, she was terrified to the point her body started trembling. Although she was a prostitute, she'd heard of the rumors that gave rise to much discussion in the Imperial City recently. The original Seven-Star Sword Sect's genius disciple, Duan Lingtian, had obtained the first in the first experience of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he'd obtained a spirit fruit that a void-prying stage expert coveted. A great figure like this only needed a single word to make her die a graveless death. When she saw Duan Lingtian turn around and leave, he didn't fuss about it with her. Bang! She was unable to persist any longer and sat on the ground, and her extremely ghastly pale countenance recovered slightly. On the other hand, the surrounding spectators all recovered from their shock. So here's that Duan Lingtian, as expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Truly young. The group of people watched Duan Lingtian leave with their gazes. They only gradually dispersed when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Little beauty, let's continue. Sword Young Master embraced the young woman in his embrace and fiercely kissed her, then he flew up and entered the Spring Night Pavilion once again. The entrance of the Spring Night Pavilion once again returned to calm. F***K off. In the future, our Spring Night Pavilion doesn't have a figure like you anymore. Right at this moment, a woman that looked like a madam walked out of the Spring Night Pavilion, and she had an unsightly expression as she angrily rebuked the young woman that sat on the ground with heavy makeup. This is your indenture contract, quickly F***K off. Consider me to be unlucky. Obviously, the madam was afraid Duan Lingtian would get even with her later. The young woman looked at the indenture contract in her hand and didn't recover from her shock for a long time. Never had she imagined that she would actually obtain a blessing in disguise. During these past few years, her greatest wish was to earn enough money to redeem herself. But until now, the money she'd saved up was still utterly inadequate. Today, a huge pie had smashed onto her head just like this. Under numerous strange gazes, the young woman with heavy makeup knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times towards the end of the street. Only she knew why she was kowtowing and who she was kowtowing to. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Duan Lingtian strolled around for the entire morning and found a restaurant to eat before once again arriving at the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. It was still that beautiful woman that respectfully and reverently brought Duan Lingtian to the third floor. "Customer, you can go in yourself." The beautiful woman respectfully called out to Duan Lingtian before twisting her voluptuous and delicate body to leave. Duan Lingtian nodded, then pulled open the curtain to the third floor and walked in with large strides. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 533. Duan Lingtian only needed to hear the voice and not see the person to confirm it. The owner of the voice wasn't the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's Guild Master, Luo Rong. It was the voice of a young man. Moreover, at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the voice was very familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked up, he saw a familiar figure. "Crazy young master?" Looking at the young man in front of him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The person standing in front of him now was not a bystander. It was precisely the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, who was also an inner hall student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the same time, he was the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Luo Zhan here. Luo Zhan, Luo Rong. Could it be? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. "Duan Lingtian, why are you here? Are you here to ask my grandfather to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon?" Crazy young master asked curiously after recovering from his shock. "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. It seemed that his guess was correct. Crazy young master, Luo Zhan, was precisely the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's Guild Master, Luo Rong. The grandson of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's Guild Master. In terms of status in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he isn't inferior to that flame young master, Zhong Yang. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The flame young master, Zhong Yang, was the third son of the current emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the third prince of the imperial family. He had a lofty status in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the Weapons Craftsman Guild was instead an existence that had escaped the control of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As the Alchemist Guild's Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild, even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would have to treat Luo Rong with respect and not dare slight him. "No." Crazy young master was stunned. "Then why are you looking for my grandfather?" "Master, you're here." At this moment, an aged voice came from the inner room. Subsequently, a doddering old man walked out with a refreshed expression and bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. At the side, crazy young master was completely dumbfounded. His grandfather bowed to Duan Lingtian? Moreover, to call Duan Lingtian master? This, at this moment, Luo Zhan felt that his brain was not enough. If Duan Lingtian had been replaced by a white-haired old man, he might not have been so surprised. However, Duan Lingtian was a young man who was even younger than him. "President Luo." Duan Lingtian smiled back at Luo Rong. This scene caused the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, to be dumbstruck when he saw it. His grandfather, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's Guild Master, bowed to a young man that wasn't even 25 years old. He already felt incredulous. Now, the person his grandfather was bowing to, this frighteningly young man, had actually calmly accepted all of this. Who could tell him what the hell was going on? He was about to go crazy. "Zhan." Luo Rong saw Luo Zhan standing aside in a daze. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Why aren't you coming over to salute the Grandmaster?" "Grandpa, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's the same as me, a student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. How could he be a master?" Luo Zhan laughed bitterly. Slap. Unexpectedly, as soon as Luo Zhan finished speaking, Luo Rong seemed to have transformed into the wind and flashed to the side of Crazy Young Master before slapping the back of Crazy Young Master's head. "Ah!" Luo Zhan cried out in pain. "Salute." Luo Rong's gaze became fierce, and it caused Luo Zhan's body to be unable to refrain from trembling. It was the first time in his life that he'd seen his grandfather so serious. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that if he disobeyed his grandfather again, he would absolutely not have a good ending. "Master! Master!" In the end, Luo Zhan braced himself and nodded to Duan Lingtian, and it could be considered to have saluted. This is considered saluting. Luo Rong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it was slightly heavier. It terrified Luo Zhan to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian. Master. As he looked at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian felt that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, this grandson of mine has been rude, I hope you don't blame him. Luo Rong looked at Duan Lingtian with an apologetic expression. Guild leader Luo, you're too kind. Just as crazy young master has said, I'm just like him, I'm only a student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Great master, what ability does this brat have to deserve you calling him crazy young master? Great master, you can just call him Little Zhan. Luo Rong spoke respectfully and reverently to Duan Lingtian. Luo Zhan stood at the side with a helpless and bitter expression. Duan Lingtian, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed my grandfather? Why do I suddenly feel that he's become muddle-headed? The slightly helpless voice transmission of crazy young master sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Your grandfather isn't muddle-headed, he's extremely sober. Duan Lingtian replied in all seriousness. This is considered sober. The corners of Luo Zhan's mouth twitched when he heard this, yet he didn't dare say anything. In the end, Duan Lingtian used his actions to prove everything. Hiss. Along with Duan Lingtian raising his hand, a strand of blue-colored flames burned at the center of his palm with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged restlessly, seeming as if it could incinerate everything. Blue-colored weapon flame? This is a grade 4 weapon flame. Luo Zhan looked at the grade 4 weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand and was completely stunned on the spot, unable to believe that everything before his eyes was real. Only when Duan Lingtian put away the weapon flame did he recover from his shock. Now, he finally understood. No wonder his grandfather was so respectful to Duan Lingtian and even respectfully addressed Duan Lingtian as master. So it turned out that not only was Duan Lingtian a genius martial artist, he was also a grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster that was capable of condensing a grade 4 weapon flame. Grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster. Just thinking about it caused his heart to be unable to help but tremble. As Luo Rong's grandson, he naturally knew how difficult the Tao of weapons refinement was. Even if it was him, because his natural talent in weapons refinement was insufficient, it was difficult for him to set foot in the Tao of weapons refinement all those years ago. This was the regret of his entire life. A cultivation at the void prying stage before the age of 25. His attainments in the Tao of alchemy can even be said to be heaven-defying. Grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster. Truly unbelievable. Luo Zhan's feelings surged, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The shock that Duan Lingtian brought to him was too great. Let's begin. In next to no time, Luo Zhan heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Moreover, he noticed that along with Duan Lingtian speaking, his grandfather, the Alchemist Guild's guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, stood at the side like an obedient student and silently listened to Duan Lingtian speak of the Tao of weapons refinement. Although he knew nothing about it, but he was able to discern that his grandfather listened with great interest. Not only that, his grandfather even raised some questions from time to time. Whereas Duan Lingtian was able to answer his grandfather at the first possible moment every single time, causing his grandfather to be suddenly enlightened. Mad. This world has surely gone mad. How could such an unimaginable thing happen? At this moment, Luo Zhan felt the heavens and the earth go dim. How could a monster like Duan Lingtian be born in this heaven and earth? If it was before today, he still had thoughts of comparing himself with Duan Lingtian. Now, he only felt a wave of powerlessness. Not only did Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao surpass him, his attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement had even caused his grandfather, who he respected the most, to be unable to compare to him. Grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster. Normally speaking, this was an existence that only existed in the various dynasties. Now, Duan Lingtian had appeared before his eyes in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Most importantly, this was a young man that wasn't even 25 years old. An afternoon passed quickly. Your comprehension ability isn't bad, but unfortunately, you don't have the guidance of a great teacher and have taken many crooked paths. I can guarantee that you'll surely become a grade 5 weapons crafting grandmaster within half a year, Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rong. Luo Rong said with a modest expression, "It's all because of master's guidance." "Alright, it's getting late, I ought to leave as well." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Luo Rong before turning around and intending to leave. "Jean, accompany Master back to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Remember to listen to Master in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. If I find out that you dared be disrespectful to Master, I won't forgive you." Luo Rong looked at Luo Jean and instructed. As he finished speaking, his tone became slightly heavier. "I know, grandfather." Luo Jean smiled bitterly as he agreed. "On the way. Crazy young master, I hope you don't spread the matter of me being a grade 4 weapons crafting grandmaster." Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. "Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. Besides that, don't call me crazy young master in the future. Otherwise, if my grandfather were to find out, I'm afraid he'd directly break my legs." As he finished speaking, Luo Jean had a helpless expression. He wasn't afraid of anything. He was only afraid of his grandfather that he respected the most. "Not crazy young master." Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Then I'll call you Little Jean in the future." "That sounds pretty good." The corners of Luo Jean's mouth twitched. "Can you directly call me by my name?" "What? You have an objection?" Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Luo Jean. "Do you need me to help you raise an objection to your grandfather?" The corners of Luo Jean's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was speechless and completely terrified. "Duan Lingtian, you consumed the void refining fruit 10 days ago, and you ought to have broken through to the second level of the void prying stage now, right? How about we have a spar?" When he saw the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was right before his eyes, Luo Jean took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. "Anytime." Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Subsequently, the two of them entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. They casually found an empty space in the academy and stood in confrontation with each other. "Let me say this first. You can't use demonic techniques," Luo Jean added in advance before they even started. "Demonic techniques?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "It's the technique you used to make the first leader of the bandits suddenly lose his soul 10 days ago," Luo Jean said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Luo Jean was talking about Little Gold's soul skill. "Could it be that you think you're a match for me after breaking through if I don't use demonic techniques?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. "We'll know if I'm a match for you in a battle." Strong confidence appeared on Luo Jean's face. At the same time, he took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body raged and skyrocketed. It was like a strand of flames was rising. Whoosh! Chapter 534. Third level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Luo Jean. Luo Jean has actually broken through? Subsequently, whoosh! Accompanying the origin energy on the surface of Luo Jean's body was a strand of light red-colored energy. The strength of another 200 ancient mammoths appeared in the sky. It was precisely the elementary fire force that Luo Jean had comprehended. At this moment, Luo Jean's figure flashed out like flames that sprayed out and swept towards Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to burn Duan Lingtian into ash. Swoosh! When Luo Jean arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, he abruptly raised his hand. A spear appeared in his hand, and accompanied by raging origin energy and fire force coiling around it, it was like a flaming dragon leaving its lair as it fiercely flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Another 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. Obviously, the spear in Luo Jean's hand was a grade 6 spirit spear. Luo Jean's spear flashed out to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and the body of the spear shook as the tip of the spear swept out like raindrops. Swoosh! 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 The myriad of stars that covered the sky adorned the sky, and they instantly seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Luo Zhan attacked with his full strength, utilizing his spirit weapon and fire force. His strength was comparable to the strength of 5,700 ancient mammoths. When he attacked with his full strength, Luo Zhan felt refreshed. Presently, his body moved out with his spear, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if he'd already seen the scene of him defeating Duan Lingtian. A good spear skill. Unfortunately, it's too flashy and has dispersed a great deal of strength. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke out. At the same time that Duan Lingtian spoke, the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared in his hand. Origin energy suffused within it, and half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force merged into it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot, and with a raise of his hand and sword instantly vanished before Luo Zhan's eyes. So fast. Luo Zhan's pupils shrank. At this moment, Luo Zhan clearly saw that in the void above Duan Lingtian's head, there was actually 5,800 ancient mammoth silhouette. The strength contained within this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's contained the strength of 100 ancient mammoths more than his full force spear strike. In an instant, Luo Zhan's pupils shrank, and he felt a little bitter. Only then did he remember. Duan Lingtian was not only a genius martial artist with monstrous innate talent in the martial Dao, but he was also a grade 4 weapons craftsman with extremely high attainments in the weapons refinement Dao. Obviously, the sword Duan Lingtian was using now was a grade 4 spirit sword. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation is at the second level of the void prying stage, and is able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths without using a grade 4 spirit sword or force. Once he uses force, he'll be able to increase his strength by another 1,000 ancient mammoth. In other words, Duan Lingtian can only exert the strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths when exerting his full strength without using a spirit weapon. But now, the corners of Luo Zhan's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the strength of 5,800 ancient mammoths in the sky. The grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand actually amplified the strength of 1,800 ancient mammoths for him, with the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths as the foundation, amplifying the strength of 1,800 ancient mammoths. If I calculate it backwards, Duan Lingtian's grade 4 spirit sword is actually able to amplify strength by 60%. Luo Zhan was greatly shocked in his heart. All these thoughts only lasted for the blink of an eye. When Luo Zhan recovered from his shock, he had a serious expression. Origin energy raged and flames roared on the grade 6 spirit spear in his hand. The tip of the spear swiftly pointed out, and it seemed to have transformed into a meteor shower that covered the sky. But even then, he still felt slightly lacking in confidence. Swish! An ear-piercing howl of the sword tore through the air and drew out a sword flower in the air. Clang! 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 Everywhere the sword light passed, the ear-piercing sound of iron weapons colliding ceaselessly sounded out. It was Duan Lingtian's grade 4 spirit sword that circled around in the air and easily blocked Luo Zhan's spear lights that descended like specks of stars. The sword light ceaselessly revolved as it passed by, and its speed was so swift that it was shocking. Duan Lingtian, receive my spear strike. When he saw Duan Lingtian break through his spear skill so easily, Luo Zhan shouted out explosively, and his spear struck out like fire as it fiercely stabbed towards Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! A piercing howl exploded out and gave rise to a wave of continuous sounds of air exploding. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and with a raise of his hand, the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand abruptly stabbed out to intercept the tip of Luo Zhan's spear. At the same time, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword abruptly started trembling. Quake energy at the limit. Even though the quake energy at the limit was only comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. But under such circumstances, its effect was extremely great. After all, the strength on Duan Lingtian's sword was only the strength of 100 ancient mammoths stronger than the strength on Luo Zhan's spear. Even though he would surely be able to defeat Luo Zhan in a head-on collision. However, because Luo Zhan's strength wasn't much different to his, even if Luo Zhan was defeated by him, he would surely be injured. Now, utilizing the quake energy at the limit would not only be able to help him buffer the strength from Luo Zhan, he would also be able to end the battle with Luo Zhan as soon as possible. Swish! A sword howl sounded out, and when combined with the quake energy at the limit, it emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds. Finally, the sword and spear collided. The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear and emitted an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, it brought out a string of sparks. Clang! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the violet myrtle flexible sword fiercely rose up to smash onto the body of the spear in Luo Zhan's hand. Instantly, Luo Zhan's face went ghastly pale, and he hurriedly let go and threw away the spear in his hand. At this moment, his own spirit weapon was like a scourge to him. Whereas Luo Zhan's hand that held the spear had split open and was dripping with blood. What a terrifying force! When he thought of the scene from before, Luo Zhan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Even though Duan Lingtian's origin energy was stronger than his, it wasn't much stronger, and he had the strength to go against Duan Lingtian. But earlier, the origin energy that gushed over from Duan Lingtian carried along an extremely terrifying trembling force, and it directly crushed his origin energy. Not only that, the trembling force that Duan Lingtian's origin energy carried along was even able to affect the flesh, bones, and even internal organs in his entire body. He believed that if he didn't resolutely throw away the grade 6 spirit spear, the hand that held the spear would probably be crippled. Duan Lingtian, what ability was that? After he put away the grade 6 spirit spear, Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian with a slight lingering fear in his heart. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously and didn't answer Luo Zhan. After he put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, he headed towards the inner hall. Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure, and his gaze became even more complicated. After Duan Lingtian returned to the inner hall, he sent a voice transmission to Kai Ming, who stood outside the small house that was like a guard tower. Vice Dean Kai, I told that grade 4 weapons craftsman senior. He can help you refine a grade 4 spirit weapon glove. Moreover, it will be improved with your grade 6 spirit weapon glove as the foundation. What materials are needed? Kai Ming had an excited expression when he heard this. Compared to sharp weapons like blades and swords, the materials required for spirit weapon glove are even rarer. That senior said that if you want to improve your grade 6 spirit weapon glove to a grade 4 spirit weapon, then you must find. Duan Lingtian spoke of 7 materials in one go. He intentionally increased the number of materials slightly, because he intended to refine a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon that could complement the Tempest Point for himself. I'll gather all the materials as soon as possible. Kai Ming replied with a voice filled with excitement. Originally, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, Kai Ming would at least need to spend a few months to find these materials. 1 month later, when Duan Lingtian saw the 7 materials within the spatial ring that Kai Ming gave him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Vice Dean Kai, where did you find these materials? Of these 7 materials, 3 of them are extremely difficult to obtain. Duan Lingtian looked at Kai Ming with a slightly dazed expression. Kai Ming smiled. Don't forget that besides being the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, I have another identity. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. Besides being the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming was also one of the 5 great revered elders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Presumably, he'd relied on the strength of the imperial family to find these materials. Or perhaps, he'd gone through the treasure vault of the imperial palace. Vice Dean Kai, I'll leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy now and look for that senior to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon for you. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Kai Ming before leaving. He naturally didn't go look for any senior. Instead, he directly went to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. After ascending to the 3rd floor, he went straight to the point and said to Luo Rong, I intend to refine another 2 grade 4 spirit weapons. Stand at the side and watch properly. Luo Rong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he had an excited expression. I can finally see a master refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the grade 6 spirit weapon glove that Kai Ming gave him. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a rush to refine it, and instead looked at Luo Rong as he asked, "Can you see any obvious flaws in this grade 6 spirit weapon?" Luo Rong's gaze descended onto the glove in Duan Lingtian's hand when he heard this. Instantly, his pupils constricted imperceptibly. Duan Lingtian didn't notice this scene. "Luo Rong is slow-witted. Please guide me, master." Luo Rong looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "The materials used to make this grade 6 spirit weapon glove are top-grade materials, and there's utterly no need for excessively high equipment refinement techniques to easily bestow upon it the ability to amplify strength by 39%. But unfortunately, the weapons refiner that refined this spirit weapon glove was truly too stupid. How could the 1,000-year ice silk be wrapped within the Arctic gold silk? Truly a reckless waste of God's given gift." Duan Lingtian frowned as he said, "This spirit weapon glove only needs to display the characteristics of the 1,000-year ice silk, and it's extremely easy to amplify strength by 39%. Too stupid. Too stupid. If the weapons refiner that refined this spirit weapon glove was before me, I would surely not hold back and call him an idiot." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ceaselessly shook his head. "Master." Meanwhile, Luo Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated to speak. Duan Lingtian was puzzled, as he didn't know what Luo Rong wanted to say. "Master, I'm that idiot." Chapter 535. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he was slightly embarrassed. Never had he imagined that the grade 6 spirit weapon glove of the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Kai Ming, was actually refined by Luo Rong, the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild. "Master, you're refining a grade 4 spirit weapon for Kai Ming?" Luo Rong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight envy mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Yes, I owe him a favor." "A favor?" Luo Rong came to a sudden understanding. Even though he was curious about what favor Duan Lingtian owed Kai Ming. But he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. "Let's begin." Duan Lingtian nodded to Luo Rong, then he started to make his move. Profound weapon refinement techniques were easily grasped at his fingertips, as if he had the help of the gods. For the sake of taking care of Luo Rong, he intentionally slowed down his speed. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pile of materials, including the 7 materials that Kai Ming had found for him. "This is 1,000-year mysterious ice. This is 10,000-year tortoiseshell. This is..." As the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong's discerning gaze was unique, and he quickly recognized these rare materials. "Looks like that old fellow Kai Ming took great pains for the sake of this grade 4 spirit weapon," Luo Rong thought in his heart. Luo Rong quickly returned to his senses, and he seriously watched Duan Lingtian refine the weapon. After spending an entire morning, Duan Lingtian finally finished refining the grade 4 spirit weapon glove that he promised Kai Ming. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian wore the glove, his origin energy raged. In the sky, 4,800 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. It's another 60% amplification. Luo Rong's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, as he'd finally completed his promise to Kai Ming. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian put away the glove and wore a light azure ring on his right index finger. This wasn't a spatial ring. It was a grade 4 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian had refined for himself. Suddenly, wind thunder finger. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and condensed the tempest finger force. It pierced through the window of the 3rd floor and shot out into the void outside. Above his head, 5,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This time, the reason he was able to possess the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths more than before was because Duan Lingtian had utilized the half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force at the same time. This is an offensive spiritual artifact. Luo Rong was dumbfounded. Just now, when Duan Lingtian was refining this ring, he saw it clearly. He thought it was just a spatial ring. Unexpectedly, it was an offensive spirit weapon. Moreover, it was a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon with a 60% boost. Duan Lingtian rotated the cyan ring on his finger with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. For the entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian continued to guide Luo Rong on the path of refining. Compared to before, Luo Rong's improvement was at a tremendous pace. At dusk, Luo Rong reluctantly sent Duan Lingtian to the stairway on the 3rd floor. "Master, take care." Duan Lingtian nodded. He left the Alchemist Guild and returned to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the following days, besides cultivating in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian would leave the Alchemist Guild every month. Then he would head to the Alchemist Guild to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of Weapons Refinement. The remaining time was practically spent on the various training assignments issued by the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. He hadn't even stepped onto the highest stairway when numerous frenzied voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was filled with curiosity, had finally ascended to the highest step of the stairway. With a single glance, he saw it. Presently, there were countless figures that were either sitting or standing with their backs facing him. Whereas these people were currently looking ahead, and many of them were even excited to the point of standing up from their seats and shouting loudly without end. "Kill him! Kill him!" The frenzied voices practically infected Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked over. Only now did he notice that what appeared before his eyes was a large ring-shaped circle, and its area was extremely vast. Whereas within this large circle, there were many gaps, and there were numerous stairways there, and one could follow these stairways to walk in. Whereas at the two sides of these stairways were boundless spectating areas. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but recall the bullfighting arena in Spain in his previous life, but the bullfighting arena was far less bustling than this place. "This is the cage battle arena." Luo Zhon's voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Presently, Luo Zhon was pointing at the boundless sea of people before him as he introduced it to Duan Lingtian with a light smile. So many people. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. There were probably at least a few tens of thousands of people in the spectating area before him. Even if it was the most bustling trade market in the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian wasn't able to see such a magnificent scene. "I've been in the Imperial City for almost a year, yet I actually don't know of such a place." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, this was also related to him directly heading to the Weapons Craftsman Guild to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of Weapons Refinement every month when he left the academy. Luo Rong had practically occupied the only time he could leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy every month. Otherwise, the entire Azure Forest Imperial City would have been explored by him long ago. It wouldn't be to the extent that he didn't know of the existence of the cage battle arena. Hee. This cage battle arena is so bustling every day. Chen Xiaoshuai's brows raised as he suggested. "Let's go in and find a seat." Subsequently, under Chen Xiaoshuai's lead, Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhon followed closely behind. After almost a year of time, Duan Lingtian and crazy young master, Luo Zhon, had become friends. As for sword young master, Chen Xiaoshuai, he had a straightforward character. Coupled with him cutting off his relationship with the Origin Convergence sect, he was extremely compatible with Duan Lingtian's temper. So he could be considered to be Duan Lingtian's friend now. Duan Lingtian had only gotten to know these two friends during the almost a year he'd been in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked down the stairway between the spectating area. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the scene before him. What a large iron cage! The enormous iron cage that covered the entire spacious arena before him caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw the man and beast fighting within the enormous iron cage. The man and beast were in a horrifying battle, and the man had already had an arm torn off. However, he still resisted with all his might. Cage battle arena, cage battle. So that's how it is. Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have completely understood the meaning of the words cage battle arena. Earlier, I thought this place was like the bullfighting arena of Spain in my previous life. Now it would seem that it's even more like the Colosseum of ancient Rome in my previous life. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto the crowd of spectators in the spectating area. Whereas these people are like the nobles of ancient Rome, and they watch to their heart's content as slaves and wild beasts fight in the Colosseum. Nobles would be excited so long as they see blood, just like these people are now. Duan Lingtian sighed slightly with emotion. Even though he'd merged into this world, it was still slightly difficult for him to adapt to the slave system. After all, the earth he lived on in his previous life was a world that advocated equality. However, he wasn't unfamiliar with the slaves of this world. That year, Xiong Quan was the guardian of the Boundless sect and was pursued by the Black Fiend sect, causing him to be inflicted with the origin sealing GU, causing his origin energy to be completely sealed. He was captured and branded with the brand of a slave, becoming a slave. Later on, Xiong Quan was rescued by Duan Lingtian and recovered his origin energy, becoming Duan Lingtian's follower. Even though Xiong Quan was a slave, Duan Lingtian had never taken him to be a slave and gave him sufficient respect. This was also the reason why Xiong Quan treated Duan Lingtian sincerely. Xiong Quan. Chapter 536. I only hope that I can head to the foreign lands as soon as possible, and so long as I obtain the resurrection pill from the great treasure vault left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara, I'll be able to help Xiong Quan repair his Dantian, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He'd always felt guilty towards Xiong Quan. After all, it was because of him that Xiong Quan had his Dantian crippled and his cultivation crippled. It was what he owed Xiong Quan. Roar. A loud roar pulled Duan Lingtian's thoughts back to the present. Duan Lingtian saw it. In the cage battle arena, after the strong fierce beast bit the human martial artist to death, it was ceaselessly roaring in demonstration. He's dead. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the incomplete body of the human martial artist. Seeming to have noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise, the nearby Luo Zhon explained. Once one enters the cage battle arena, no matter if it's a human or a beast, only one of them can survive in the end. Only when one of the two survives would the cage battle be considered to have ended. Only the victor can leave the cage. When he heard Luo Zhon, Duan Lingtian frowned. In this way, every battle in the cage battle arena is a battle to the death. You can say that. Chen Xiao Shui nodded and said slowly, to those with weak strengths, this place is hell. Because they can be killed by humans or beasts at any moment. Duan Lingtian nodded. So, this was the cage battle arena. A place filled with blood and slaughter. Of course, to those that wanted to ceaselessly become stronger, this was undoubtedly the best touchstone. A person that was able to survive in the caged battle arena was surely an outstanding expert. Once one stepped foot into the cage battle arena, there was only a single choice. Either live or die. I think that person that was killed by the fierce beast seems to be a slave. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Luo Zhon nodded. Not everyone dares to enter the cage battle arena every single time. So, when no one enters, the cage battle arena will arrange for the slaves, fierce beasts, and demon beasts they keep to enter the cage battle arena to kill each other. As for the cage battle arena, it will be the banker, open the gambling house, and profit from it. Luo Zhon finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are there any rules in the cage battle arena? Duan Lingtian asked again. Chen Xiao Shui introduced. Ordinarily speaking, the slaves or demon beasts that the cage battle arena itself sends out to fight each other are all of equal strength. Whereas the people on the spectator stands can only step into the arena with a cultivation that is equal to the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts, and only those with a cultivation that is equal to the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts are able to step into the arena and battle with the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts. Otherwise, if people with cultivations that far surpass the slaves, fierce beasts, and demon beasts in the caged battle arena step into the caged battle arena, then it would be a one-sided slaughter that would be completely meaningless. The caged battle arena won't allow this to happen. Chen Xiao Shui continued. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This rule was excusable. Otherwise, wouldn't the cage battle arena suffer a huge loss? Besides that, once a person that dares to step into the caged battle arena and has a cultivation that is similar to the slaves, fierce beasts, or demon beasts in the caged battle arena wins, the person will be able to obtain generous reward. Luo Zhan added. The rewards are different according to people with different cultivations. For example, if a void prying stage martial artist is able to kill a slave, fierce beast, or demon beast of the caged battle arena with a cultivation of the same level, then the reward he obtains is far more generous than a nascent soul stage martial artist. Besides that, people that enter the caged battle arena are not allowed to rely on any external forces. It's any. Chen Shaoshui continued. Any. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be that even spirit weapons aren't allowed? Yes. Chen Shaoshui nodded. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. After all, it's impossible for the slaves in the caged battle arena to utilize spirit weapons to deal with those fierce beasts and demon beasts of the same level. If that's the case, then it would be completely meaningless. Chen Shaoshui continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was able to understand when he heard Chen Shaoshui say this. What rewards are there usually? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The rewards are gold, silver, spirit weapons, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and occasionally some rare materials and spirit fruit. As he finished speaking, Chen Shaoshui's gaze burned slightly. Spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian's eyes were similarly filled with yearning when he heard this. Interesting. Duan Lingtian grinned. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had arrived nearby the caged battle arena. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely saw the entire caged battle arena clearly. This caged battle arena was like a football field from his previous life, and it was extremely vast. Whereas in this vast arena, numerous black iron rods that crossed each other formed an enormous iron cage, and it sealed everything within the arena within. This is 1,000-year dark iron? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recognized the material of this iron cage, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. 1,000-year dark iron. Even a void prying stage martial artist would find it difficult to forcefully break it open. This caged battle arena is really rich and overbearing. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hee hee. Duan Lingtian, the background of this caged battle arena isn't small, and it's an industry under the name of the brother of the current emperor, Prince Shung, Chen Shaoshui explained to Duan Lingtian. Then it's no wonder. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. These seats. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the spectating seats that were closest to the caged battle arena actually had fewer people than the seats behind. After a short moment, he found out the answer. They just sat down when a middle-aged man walked over with an expressionless face, and he stretched out his hand towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Duan Lingtian hadn't reacted to this. Swish. With a raise of his hand, the sword young master withdrew 3 gold bills and passed them over to the middle-aged man. 30,000 gold? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He saw extremely clearly that the 3 gold bills Chen Shaoshui passed over were all worth 10,000 gold. Because these seats that are close to the caged battle arena are near the front, their field of vision is extremely good. So, a single seat is worth 10,000 gold. Luo Zhan noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise and smiled as he explained. A single seat, 10,000 gold. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Gold and silver were actually so cheap in the caged battle arena of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Just to watch a deathmatch, just the seating fee alone was already 10,000 gold taels. 10,000 gold was equivalent to 1 million silver. Moreover, the people that sit in the front row have the privilege of having priority to enter the caged battle arena. Chen Shaoshui added. Right when Duan Lingtian's group of 3 sat down, the fierce beasts within the caged battle arena had already left. A slave with a cold expression and a brand branded on his face walked into the caged battle arena under the lead of an old man. This slave is a 7th-level nascent soul stage slave. Is there any guest that wants to battle him? The old man soared into the sky and stood above the slave, and his voice contained origin energy that spread out far and wide. So long as there's a guest that's able to kill him, the guest will be able to obtain the 500,000 gold reward of our caged battle arena, 500,000 gold. Instantly, Many people in the spectating area went into an uproar. The temptation of 500,000 gold wasn't small. Duan Lingtian, if you were to enter the arena to battle a slave or demon beast with the same cultivation as you, would you choose the slave or the demon beast? Luo Zhan asked Duan Lingtian. Demon beast. Duan Lingtian spoke without the slightest hesitation. Luo Zhan looked at Chen Shaoshuai. Sword young master, what about you? I'm also a demon beast. Chen Shaoshuai similarly didn't hesitate, and then he slowly said, although slaves don't use spirit weapons and are inferior to fierce beasts and demon beasts with the same cultivation. However, no matter how strong fierce beasts and demon beasts are, they're still only animals. Even if they possess intelligence, there's still quite a gap between them and humans. So, normally speaking, slaves possess a will to survive that far surpasses fierce beasts and demon beasts. They're usually able to erupt with unbelievable potential when they're on the verge of death and launch a counterattack. I've seen too many similar scenes in the caged battle arena. Between fierce beasts and slaves with the same cultivation, the latter is even more terrifying. As he finished speaking, Chen Shaoshuai sighed with emotion. My thoughts are the same as yours. Luo Zhan smiled, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, you ought to be thinking like this as well, right? Under the gazes of Luo Zhan and Chen Shaoshuai, Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. Luo Zhan and Chen Shaoshuai couldn't help but be stunned. No. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he sighed. The reason I don't choose slaves isn't because they're able to bring forth great potential when they're on the verge of death. But it's because they're humans. Humans. Just like him, she was a person of flesh and blood. Humans. Luo Zhan and Chen Shaoshuai went silent. Even though these slaves don't have human rights, they're humans after all. They're of the same kind as us. Duan Lingtian continued. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly dazed. He suddenly felt that, compared to his previous life, he'd really changed a lot. In his previous life, there were many times when he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was extremely ruthless. But in this life, he'd changed. Compared to his previous life, the current him was simply like a completely different person. In his previous life, he killed decisively, regardless of right or wrong. In this life, if it wasn't necessary, he would kill and not implicate innocent people. Simply speaking, he'd become more humane. This was a change in mentality. Perhaps, even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know. After he came to this world in this life, he was imperceptibly influenced and changed, whereas all these changes came from the people by his side. In this life, he had parents, a fiancé, numerous brothers, friends. He wasn't all alone like he was in his previous life. What a fellow of the same kind. I truly never imagined that there would be someone who bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with the fate of mankind that came to the cage battle arena to watch the show. Truly laughable. An ear-piercing voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of three. Subsequently, a young man in embroidered clothes sat near Duan Lingtian's group of three under the escort of an old man. The words from before were precisely spoken by the young man in embroidered clothes. If you really bemoan the state of the universe and sympathize with the fate of mankind, then why have you come to watch the slaves kill each other? Hypocrite. The tone of the young man in embroidered clothes was extremely infuriating. Duan Lingtian frowned and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man. When they heard the ridicule of the young man in embroidered clothes, Lo Cheng and Chen Shaoshuai frowned. Chapter 537. I'll do it. An explosive shout sounded out from the eastern spectating area. Subsequently, a robust middle-aged man left the spectating area and was brought into the caged battle arena by the staff of the caged battle arena. Looks like the temptation of 500,000 gold is extremely great. Duan Lingtian smiled. It isn't just 500,000 gold. To a martial artist, the death battle in the caged battle arena is an extremely good method to arouse one's potential. Crazy young master, Luo Zhan, said. His eyes seemed to be suffused with strands of burning battle intent. Luo Zhan, I think you're impatient. But, You're at the 4th level of the void prying stage now, and you don't have many opponents. Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, smiled. Duan Lingtian, if there's a 4th level void prying stage slave or demon beast, you can't compete with me, Luo Zhon said to Duan Lingtian. Demon beast, mine. Slave, mine. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He naturally wouldn't come to the caged battle arena just to watch the show. He also wanted to experience the thrill of fighting with all his strength against a demon beast of the same cultivation level. Then it settled. Luo Zhon nodded. Even though he was more afraid of demon beasts and slaves. But he wasn't afraid of ordinary 4th level void prying stage slaves. It could be seen from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhon. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was similar to Luo Zhon now, and he'd stepped into the 4th level of the void prying stage. Squeak squeak Tilda, the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, cried out, and her jade green eyes flickered with a burning flowing light. What? Little gold, you want to join in the fun as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked via voice transmission. Squeak squeak Tilda, the little gold mouse, nodded and was in high spirits as she said via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, if there's an 8th level void prying stage slave or demon beast, then I want to battle them. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse, then he asked Luo Zhon and Chen Xiaoshui. Will there be 7th level void prying stage slaves and demon beasts appearing in this cage battle arena? The 7th level of the void prying stage? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two of them were stunned for a moment before shaking their heads at the same time. It's impossible for a slave or demon beast at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above to appear. Luo Zhon said, even if the caged battle arena possesses a slave or demon beast at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, the caged battle arena wouldn't allow them to enter the arena. Existences like this are usually kept within the prince's estate by Prince Sheng, and they're either auctioned off at a high price or kept to guard the estate. Exactly. If an existence at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above were to be placed in the cage battle arena, then it would absolutely be a waste of God's given gift. Chen Xiaoshui spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, then he looked at the little gold mouse and said via voice transmission, Little gold, looks like you don't have the chance to enter the arena. The little gold mouse instantly drooped her little head when she heard this, and she was dispirited. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the cage battle arena. Presently, the robust middle-aged man that entered the arena was already in battle with the slave. Both of them were similarly 7th level nascent soul stage martial artists, and both of them were evenly matched. As the two of them fought, their fists and legs moved back and forth as origin energy raged, causing the spectators to be dazzled. Roar. Suddenly, the slave abruptly emitted a furious roar that was like a fierce beast, and he seemed to have gone mad as he pounced towards the robust middle-aged man. The situation was originally evenly matched. Now, when he saw the slave suddenly going all out, a wisp of terror appeared in the eyes of the robust middle-aged man. It was precisely because of this instant of hesitation. He'd lost. Accompanied by shrill cries that stopped abruptly. He'd been forcefully torn into two by the slave, his incomplete body flew out to both sides before crashing onto the ground. This exceedingly bloody scene was like a fuse that completely lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Many spectators stood up excitedly as they waved their fists and cheered. Man! Man! Waves of voices spread out and enveloped the entire cage battle arena. Man! That's the name of this slave. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. His sharp gaze passed through the enormous iron cage before him and saw the words branded on the slave's face. Man. Subsequently, the battles in the cage battle arena carried out like a raging fire. This is a 1st level void prying stage demon beast, the flaming lion. Is there a 1st level void prying stage guest that enters the arena to battle it? So long as you kill the flaming lion, you'll be able to obtain 3 million gold. The voice of the old man that floated in the sky above the cage battle arena sounded out. On the cage battle arena, a flaming lion that was completely covered in a fiery red manner stood there. The flaming lion was like a small mountain that occasionally opened its bloody mouth, and its pair of fierce eyes were suffused with scarlet red. It imperceptibly gave others an oppressive feeling. Supposedly, this flaming lion is a demon beast favored by the heavens. So long as one breaks through to the first level of the void prying stage and becomes a demon beast, then one will be able to comprehend elementary fire force. Luo Zhon sighed with emotion. Very few first-level void prying stage martial artists are able to defeat this flaming lion. Looks like there ought to be no one that'll enter the arena. Chen Xiaoshui said. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though he, Chen Xiaoshui, and Luo Zhon were all capable of going against the flame lion when they were at the first level of the void prying stage. However, in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were extremely few people that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability like theirs. A group of country bumpkins. Open your dog eyes wide and look properly. A first-level void prying stage flaming lion is unable to withstand a single blow before a first-level void prying stage martial artist like me. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of three. Whoosh. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of three noticed. The young man in embroidered clothes that sat nearby flew out to arrive outside the cage battle arena. The young man in embroidered clothes turned around and glanced provocatively at Duan Lingtian's group of three. After that, he entered the cage battle arena under the arrangement of the staff. Whereas the old man that followed the young man in embroidered clothes stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. He's a first-level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. This young man in embroidered clothes couldn't be considered to be old, and was at most around 30 years old. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his natural talent could be considered to be first-rate with a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage at such an age. Sword young master, do you know of such a figure in the Imperial City? Luo Zhon frowned as he asked Chen Xiaoshui. Luo Zhon was extremely displeased in his heart towards the attitude of the young man in embroidered clothes. The corners of Chen Xiaoshui's mouth curled into a smile as if he'd comprehended something. Luo Zhon, this person's relationship with the cage battle arena isn't shallow. Obviously, Chen Xiaoshui had recognized the young man in embroidered clothes. His relationship with the cage battle arena isn't shallow. Luo Zhon frowned and was unable to guess it in the end, and he scolded. Fellow, speak frankly if you know. Why keep me in suspense? Alas, I originally wanted to say it. But with your current attitude, I don't want to say it. Chen Xiaoshui pretended to sigh and had an expression of what can you do to me? This caused Luo Zhon to gnash his teeth with hatred. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the cage battle arena. The young man in embroidered clothes was suffused with a layer of origin energy now, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped within a ball of white-colored flames. Within this white-colored flames, strands of blue-colored energy seemed to be leaping about. Water force. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Even though this young man in embroidered clothes was arrogant, needless to say, he still had some strength. Whoosh. In the sky above the young man in embroidered clothes, 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. First level of the void prying stage. Elementary water force. Raw tilde when facing the young man in embroidered clothes, the flaming lion's eyes revealed slight fear. Water countered fire. What it had comprehended just happened to be elementary fire force. Die. Suddenly, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes went slightly cold, and his figure flashed out with extreme gentleness like an expanse of autumn water. Roar. The flaming lion naturally wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and it abruptly pounced out and opened its bloody mouth. Dense origin energy spilled out from its mouth and transformed into a beam of light that flashed out to fiercely collide with the young man in embroidered clothes. In the surroundings of the beam of light, strands of red-colored energy suffused it. It was precisely elementary fire force. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The young man in embroidered clothes shouted out explosively, and the embroidered clothes on his body fluttered without wind. He raised his hand into a fist as his origin energy skyrocketed. Bang! The young man in embroidered clothes blasted out with his fist, and the fist formed from origin energy fiercely flashed out. It was suffused with strands of blue-colored energy. Origin energy that was on par with each other, force that was on par with each other. Finally, the fist formed from origin energy of the young man in embroidered clothes collided with the beam of light spilled out from the flaming lion's bloody mouth. A loud boom was heard. Swish. The airflow in the air flashed, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of fluctuation that swept out horizontally. A wave of violent winds spread out from all directions. Roar. Suddenly, the flaming lion cried out once more. But this roar was slightly low and deep. The fist of the young man in embroidered clothes instantly shattered the beam of origin energy that was spat out from the flaming lion's mouth. That gentle elementary water force crushed the elementary fire force as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Coupled with the origin energy of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't inferior to the flaming lion. Bang! After the fist of the young man in embroidered clothes shattered the beam of origin energy, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it smashed onto the head of the flaming lion. Roar tilde instantly, the flaming lion emitted a sorrowful roar as its body was blasted flying. The young man in embroidered clothes seized the opportunity to follow up with another punch. That gentle water force completely countered the flaming lion. Not long after, the flaming lion's head was blasted apart by a single punch of his, and it was directly blasted to death. Instantly, waves of cheers rose and fell from the surrounding spectating area. Some young women looked at the young man in embroidered clothes with gazes that were filled with burning desire, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow the young man in embroidered clothes. He does have some strength. Chen Xiao Shui grunted coldly. But he has the advantage of water force. Otherwise, he might not be a match for the flaming lion. Luo Zhon grunted as well. No matter what, he's won in the end. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Hey! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed. When the young man in embroidered clothes received his reward for killing the flaming lion, the old man that presided over the cage battle arena had actually bowed before the young man in embroidered clothes. It seemed more like he was bowing. Looks like this person's identity isn't simple. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes returned after receiving the large stack of gold from his reward. At this moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with an arrogant gaze. He's only a first-level void prying stage martial artist, what's there to be complacent about? Chapter 538. What did you say? When Luo Zhon's words were heard by the young man in embroidered clothes, it caused his face to go grim. Is there something wrong with your ears? Luo Zhon laughed in ridicule and didn't hold back in the slightest. Not to mention a young man of unknown origin. Even if it was the flame young master, Zhong Yang, the third son of the emperor, he didn't take him seriously. As the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, Luo Zhon had his own pride. You're courting death. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes went cold as he shouted out explosively, and his entire body flashed out to pounce towards Luo Zhon. Bang! The young man smashed out with his fist, and an origin energy fist print condensed and whistled out like a falling meteor. In the sky, 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with the young man in embroidered clothes. It's not certain who will die. Luo Zhon sneered and didn't even have the intention of sitting up. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, he slashed out with his palm. An origin energy light blade that was condensed into form whistled out and instantly slashed the origin energy fist print of the young man in embroidered clothes into 2. When the origin energy fist print of the young man in embroidered clothes was dispersed. The origin energy light blade didn't lose momentum as it flashed directly towards the young man in embroidered clothes. Its target was directly at the throat of the young man in embroidered clothes. Luo Zhon had struck a killing blow. When the young man in embroidered clothes saw the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air above Luo Zhon, he was completely stunned. Second level of the void prying stage? Even to the extent that it caused him to think that Luo Zhon was only a second-level void prying stage martial artist. Yet he didn't know. Luo Zhon's strength was far more than this. When he recovered from his shock, he saw the origin energy light blade that was just inches away, and his face instantly went grim. "Stay your hand." Right at this moment, the old man that followed the young man in embroidered clothes that hadn't made a move since the beginning shouted out coldly. Accompanied by the cold shout, the old man swiftly flashed out. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette that was escorted by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Ninth level of the void prying stage. At the same time that the old man flashed out, his origin energy condensed into form a palm print that whistled out. Bang! Before the young man in embroidered clothes, the young man in embroidered clothes. The young man in embroidered clothes heaved a sigh of relief as his life was saved. When he came back to his senses, his expression changed greatly, and he glared at Luo Zhon. "Elder Ping, I want him dead." Obviously, he was talking to the old man. Duan Lingtian frowned. "Little Gold, if this old man dares to act rashly, kill him." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into the little gold mouse's ears, and it was filled with coldness. Creak, creak tilde tilde. When the originally listless little gold mouse heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, it instantly seemed as if it was injected with chicken blood. He stood up and stared at the old man beside the brocade-robed young man with great interest. It had already begun to accumulate power. As soon as the old man made a move, he would kill him. As for whether Xiao Jin could kill the old man, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. One had to know. At that time, Little Gold was only at the 7th level of the void prying stage, yet by relying on a grade 4 spirit sword and advanced lightning force, it was sufficient to completely defeat an ordinary 9th level void prying stage martial artist. Presently, Little Gold was already an 8th level void prying stage demon beast, and it wasn't difficult for her to kill a 9th level void prying stage martial artist. Creak, creak tilde. Little Gold glared at the old man as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws in provocation. But unfortunately, the old man didn't look at her. "Who are you?" The old man looked at Luo Zhon and asked with a low voice. "Looks like some people in your Prince Sheng's estate really don't pay attention to outside matters. You don't even recognize crazy young master, Luo Zhon, truly laughable." Luo Zhon hadn't spoken when the nearby Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but laugh. Crazy young master, Luo Zhon. As soon as Chen Xiaoshui finished speaking, the old man's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes revealed deep fear. So his crazy young master. Now, he felt slightly fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly earlier and make a move against the young man before him. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to the young man before him, he would die for sure. Crazy young master, Luo Zhon, was the leader of the 5 great young masters. Even though he'd never seen crazy young master himself. But even if he'd followed the young prince and wandered outside for many years, the reputation of crazy young master was like thunder to his ears. Supposedly, this crazy young master's background was even more shocking than his natural talent. He was the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild was an extremely aloof existence, and even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild's master was respectful and reverent. Not to mention they were mere members of a prince's estate. So it's crazy young master. "I've been rude. This is my young prince, I hope you can forgive me for my lack of manners." The old man took a deep breath and cupped his hands to Luo Zhon as he admitted defeat. As expected, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Earlier, when the young man in embroidered clothes received his rewards, he'd noticed that the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena was extremely respectful to the young man in embroidered clothes. At that time, he'd already suspected it. When Luo Zhon made a move against the young man in embroidered clothes, the old man by the young man's side shouted out in shock. He noticed that the expression of the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena had gone grim as well. Obviously, he was worried about the young man in embroidered clothes. At that time, he'd practically confirmed that the young man in embroidered clothes was a member of Prince Sheng's estate. After all, the cage battle arena was opened by Prince Sheng's estate. The people in the cage battle arena were all members of Prince Sheng's estate. "Young prince." The old man looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and gave a meaningful glance. Obviously, the old man wanted the young man to apologize to Luo Zhan. Unexpectedly. Fat. The young man in embroidered clothes looked at Luo Zhan and sneered. You're the publicly acknowledged leader of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? You're only SOSO. Only at the 2nd level of the Void Prying stage at such an age. So what if you're at the 2nd level of the Void Prying stage? It's fine so long as I'm able to suppress you. Luo Zhan sneered. He didn't reveal his true strength at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage to make the young man in embroidered clothes shut up. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need for this. He didn't take the young man in embroidered clothes seriously. The young prince of Prince Sheng's estate? The son of Prince Sheng? To him, the young man was no different than an ordinary person. You. The young man in embroidered clothes was enraged and wanted to continue ridiculing, yet he was restrained by the old man by his side. Young prince, if the prince were to find out that you had such a great conflict with crazy young master, I'm afraid the prince would be extremely angry. The pupils of the young man in embroidered clothes, the young prince of Prince Sheng's estate, constricted when he heard the old man, and his face went grim. It was like his father, Prince Sheng, was a scourge in his eyes. The young man glared fiercely at Luo Zhan before returning to his seat. Sword young master, you've seen through his identity since long ago? Luo Zhan looked at Chen Shaoshui as he asked. Yes. Chen Shaoshui nodded. When he sat down over there, I noticed that the people of the cage battle arena actually didn't charge him a seat fee. At that time, I felt it was slightly strange. Later on, I noticed that the space between his brows was slightly similar to Prince Sheng, and I recalled that Prince Sheng had a son that was training outside all year round. So, I had some guesses. Chen Shaoshui finished speaking slowly. You're quite good at guessing. Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled, and his eyes contained slight disdain mixed within. I heard a long time ago that Prince Sheng's son's natural talent isn't bad. Now that I've seen it today, it's only SOSO. His natural talent can indeed be considered to be not bad. Of course, if you compare him to us, then he's naturally much inferior. Sword young master smiled. Duan Lingtian, that kid is the illegitimate son of the owner of this cage battle arena, Prince Sheng, and is called Zhong Heng. Sword young master spoke to Duan Lingtian. Zhong Heng. Duan Lingtian nodded. The matter between Luo Zhan and Zhong Heng was only a farce. But it caused a stir in the surrounding spectating area, and it quickly went silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the cage battle arena once again. The battles in the cage battle arena were still continuing. Meanwhile, nascent soul stage slaves and fierce beasts entered the arena. There seemed to be no pattern to the entire cage battle arena. Roar. A wave of shocking furious roars sounded out, and it was the old man that presided over the cage battle arena that stepped onto an enormous beast that was the size of a small mountain as he stepped into the cage battle arena. Everywhere the enormous beast passed, the cage battle arena and the surrounding spectating area shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. Earth bear. It's an earth bear. Instantly, many spectators in the spectating area couldn't help but cry out sharply. Earth bear. Duan Lingtian's gaze couldn't help but descend onto the enormous beast. This enormous beast's body was enormous like a mountain. Compared to it, the flame lion from before was simply like a child. This enormous beast was a bear-type demon beast. But compared to ordinary bear-type demons, it was much more savage and terrifying. Its pair of crimson-red bloody eyes seemed to be hostile towards everything. Its pair of sharp fangs even seemed to be able to penetrate everything. On its 4 bare paws, the sharp claws flickered with frightening cold lights. Earth bear, a void prying stage demon beast. An adult earth bear's strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage. The stronger ones are at the 5th level of the void prying stage and 6th level of the void prying stage. Within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed past, and he found records related to the void prying stage demon beast, the earth bear. The earth bear was an extremely terrifying demon beast. Supposedly, The Earth Bear possesses unique comprehension towards Earth Force. Just like the Flame Lion's comprehension towards Fire Force. No matter if it's the Flame Lion or the Earth Bear, they're both top figures amongst demon beasts in terms of comprehension towards force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Roar. When the Earth Bear arrived at the cage battle arena and saw the gazes that descended onto it from all directions, it went completely berserk. On the surface of its body, milky white origin energy skyrocketed. Within the milky white origin energy, strands of earth and yellow-colored energy suffused within it. Presently, along with the Earth Bear's actions, the shaking of the earth intensified slightly. The seats before Duan Lingtian and the others were even shaken to the point of shaking. Whereas in the sky above the Earth Bear, 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air, 4th-level void prying stage demon beasts. Half-step advanced Earth Force. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed the Earth Bear's strength. Crazy young master, are you confident? Chen Xiao Shui looked at Luo Zhan and asked with a smile. Luo Zhan had a serious expression as he shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a smile. I remember. Duan Lingtian said that the 4th-level void prying stage demon beast is his. Chapter 539. Duan Lingtian sized up the Earth Bear with interest. Presently, the old man that presided over the caged battle arena seemed to be helpless against the Earth Bear, and he allowed the Earth Bear to move restlessly. He didn't dare strike a heavy blow against the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear still had to earn money for the caged battle arena. If the Earth Bear was injured by the Earth Bear, then the Earth Bear would surely be taken advantage of in the following caged battle arena. Guests, this is a 4th-level void prying stage demon beast, the Earth Bear. If there's a 4th-level void prying stage guest that's interested, feel free to enter the arena and battle the Earth Bear. The old man's voice sounded out with a clear voice. Not only is this Earth Bear a 4th-level void prying stage demon beast, it has even comprehended half-step advanced Earth Force. It's extremely difficult for a 4th-level void prying stage martial artist to kill it without relying on an external force. Yeah, a 4th-level void prying stage martial artist would have a slim chance of survival when encountering this Earth Bear. I'm afraid no one dares enter the arena. Many spectators discussed animatedly. If no one enters the arena, would the caged battle arena send out a 4th-level void prying stage slave to enter a caged battle with this Earth Bear? Duan Lingtian asked Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui curiously. How could that be possible? Luo Zhan shook his head. You're thinking too much. Once a demon beast or slave at the 1st level of the void prying stage or above enters the arena and no one challenges it, it would directly leave the arena. After that, it would be exchanged for a nascent soul stage slave or fierce beast to enter the arena. Chen Xiao Shui nodded as well. Exactly. No matter if it's a slave or demon beast, an existence at the void prying stage or above is an extremely great fortune to the caged battle arena. The caged battle arena normally wouldn't allow void prying stage slaves and demon beasts to kill each other. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Just like now, if no 4th-level void prying stage martial artist challenges the Earth Bear, then the Earth Bear would be taken away by the people of the caged battle arena. And not look for a 4th-level void prying stage slave to enter the arena to give his life away. Luo Zhan added. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, unless you're holding back your strength, otherwise, it wasn't difficult for you to kill this Earth Bear. Chen Xiao Shui smiled. Luo Zhan nodded deeply. They were very clear about Duan Lingtian's strength. It was one thing for his cultivation to be at the 4th level of the void prying stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had even comprehended 2 half-step advanced forces. An ordinary 4th-level void prying stage martial artist or demon beast that was able to comprehend half-step advanced force could already be considered to have shocking comprehension ability. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had directly comprehended 2 of them. His comprehension was monstrous. There's no rush. Let's see what kind of reward the person who kills the Earth Bear will get from the arena first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as his gaze landed on the old man in the cage battle arena. At this moment, The old man raised his hand and a drop of fiery red liquid appeared in his hand. The fiery red liquid flickered with light, appearing exceptionally dazzling. It was like a red star in the night sky. If a customer at the 4th level of the void prying stage kills this earth bear, then the customer will be able to obtain this drop of mysterious blood. The old man's voice was slowly heard. Mysterious blood. The old man's words aroused the interest of the crowd of spectators. What's this mysterious blood? What use does it have? Instantly, many spectators asked loudly. Good question. The old man smiled. This drop of mysterious blood was obtained by Prince Shung by chance all those years ago. Even the pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist is unable to do anything to this drop of mysterious blood in the slightest. As soon as the old man finished speaking, hiss, 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 hiss. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, sounds of gasping rose and fell without end. Even the pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist is unable to do anything to a mere drop of blood. Is it true? Many spectators were doubtful. After all, the pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist was practically able to melt anything that they knew of. That was a grade 5 pill flame, unless it was those rare materials of legend. Otherwise, there were very few things that a grade 5 pill flame was unable to melt. Even if everyone doesn't believe in our cage battle arena, you ought to believe in Prince Shung's estate, right? The old man smiled lightly and continued. Not only is the grade 5 pill flame of a grade 5 alchemist unable to do anything to this drop of mysterious blood, even if it's the spiritual force of a void initiation stage inscription master, it would be dispersed by it before it even approached. The old man's words caused the spectating area to go deathly silent. Exactly what demon beast's blood is this? It's actually so miraculous. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They naturally wouldn't think that this was human blood. What a joke. It was practically impossible for human blood to be so abnormal. Our Prince Shung's estate has researched this drop of mysterious blood for many years, and we've paid an extremely great price for it. However, we came up empty-handed in the end. So, our Prince Shung's estate is taking it out today as the reward for the 4th level void prying stage guest that killed the earth bear. The old man said with a sonorous voice, no matter who it is, so long as they kill the earth bear, they'll be able to obtain this drop of mysterious blood. I presume everyone already has an idea in their hearts of how extraordinary this mysterious blood is. If someone uncovers the secret within it, perhaps he'll be able to soar into the sky. Needless to say, the old man's words were extremely infectious. For a time, many 4th level void prying stage martial artists were eager to make a move. However, when they thought of how the earth bear had comprehended half-step advanced earth force, they were slightly hesitant. When facing the earth bear that had comprehended half-step advanced earth force, even if it was a 4th level void prying stage martial artist that had similarly comprehended half-step advanced earth force, if they didn't rely on external forces, they similarly wouldn't dare battle the earth bear. Earth force belonged to a type of force of nature. Once one stood on the ground and executed it, one's strength would be able to increase by a certain amount by relying on the energy of the earth. Roar. Right at this moment, the earth bear emitted an enormous roar once more. The ground shook once more. This time, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form once more in the sky above the earth bear. But this time, it wasn't 6,500. It was 6,800. 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of a 4th level void prying stage demon beast was comparable to the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced earth force was comparable to the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for the extra strength of 300 ancient mammoths that the earth bear possessed, it instead relied on the amplification of the energy of the earth. Earth force was able to merge into one with the earth and rely on the energy of the earth. As for how much it could be relied on, it would depend on the degree of comprehension of earth force. At this moment, they'd witnessed the earth bear display its might with their own 2 eyes, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. All the 4th level void prying stage martial artists that were eager to make a move were completely terrified. Those that stood up sat back down. Those that were just about to stand moved their butts back down. All of them secretly wiped off their cold sweat. The Earth Bear is too terrifying. Unless it's a 4th-level void prying stage martial artist that has comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, it's practically impossible to defeat the Earth Bear. Many spectators sighed with emotion. They all felt that this round of the cage battle would probably have a bye. I heard long ago that executing Earth Force while stepping on the ground allows one to rely on the energy of the Earth. Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Chen Xiaoshui sighed with emotion. If it was an open space, then so long as one soars into the sky, one would be completely able to leave the Earth far away, causing the human martial artist or demon beast that has comprehended Earth Force to be unable to rely on the energy of the Earth. But the cage battle arena is restricted by the enormous iron cage, and it's utterly impossible to avoid the area of attack of the Earth Bear that steps on the ground. Luo Zhan took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fear. It was precisely because he'd thought of this since long ago that he didn't have the courage to battle the Earth Bear. Duan Lingtian, in next to no time, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian, and they both wanted to understand Duan Lingtian's plans. But they quickly noticed. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian was sitting there blankly, and his dumbstruck gaze was looking at the old man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle. More precisely speaking, he was looking at the drop of fiery red mysterious blood in the old man's hand. Red Luan's blood. It's the Red Luan's blood. Duan Lingtian, who had a dumbstruck expression, felt as if tempestuous waves had arisen in his heart. Heavens! What have I seen? I've actually seen the Red Luan's blood here. The Red Luan was an exceedingly formidable demon beast. In terms of natural talent, it was even more formidable than the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. There were rumors in Cloud Continent. The Red Luan was a descendant of the Phoenix. Whereas the Phoenix was a divine beast of legend. It was an existence that was comparable to a true dragon, and its strength was exceedingly formidable. Of course, no matter if it was the Phoenix or the dragon that was equally famous as the Phoenix, they were all existences of legend. At least, such an existence hadn't appeared in Cloud Continent. Even if the so-called dragons that appeared occasionally, they were only some fellows that were half flood dragon and half dragon, and they weren't true dragons. Moreover, even these fellows that were half flood dragon and half dragon possessed extremely terrifying strength. The reason for that was because the blood of the dragon flowed in their bodies. Just like how the blood of a phoenix flowed within the Red Luan's body. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, during his first lifetime, he'd once obtained an ancient pill formula, and at the side of the pill formula was a bottle that was refined from unknown materials. Within that bottle was a drop of Red Luan's blood. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. Moreover, that pill formula recorded a type of medicinal pill refined with the blood of the Red Luan as the guiding ingredient. That medicinal pill was called the Rebirth Pill. Rebirth Pill. Rebirth from the ashes had always been the patent of the Phoenix of legend. Whereas using the blood of a Red Luan that had the blood of a phoenix flowing within its body as the guiding ingredient, it was instead capable of refining the Rebirth Pill. Of course, the Rebirth Pill couldn't really allow one to be reborn from the ashes. The place where Samsara Emperor Wu obtained the Rebirth Pill formula and the blood of a Red Luan was a mysterious ruin. The 3 lives rebirth technique that Samsara Emperor Wu cultivated came from that ruin as well. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and found out about many things. Even if Samsara Emperor Wu experienced 2 lifetimes and was at his prime, he was still unable to discern who left behind that ruin. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The blood of a Red Luan. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.